I think like the total airtime is kind of fascinating.
I've probably done 1,000 cripplers in my
on face value how fast the light travel. It's heaven sent gift from the universe. Lessons, tithe and offerings. There's no compromising the truth. It might blow the roof off, exposing the germ, take worm, poison animal eaters. You must learn. Let me teach you how to see through six. Rise above the mist. The naked I can hardly detect when I'm in effect, live and direct. It's the East New York section of Brooklyn. Banging ass beat, make you wanna freak techniques. Display the art, sports swinging, piercing the heart. Sharp as a nigga on prom night. We strike with a vengeance, giving y'all the maximum sentence. Each sentence like a timeline for you to define how the rhyme coincide and relate to my last take. No sad day. Say it loud, y'all. I'm black and I'm proud to crack your fucking back for any form of disrespect to my nation. Season raising, paper chasing for the guard degree. Guaranteed to disassemble any MC. Stepping in the place to be. Off the head, I wrote this one in red. For the blood of all my people that shed it. For the cause, a microphone whip so swift.
What is justice? Justice is the law that distinguishes between right and wrong. What then is justice that we may do justice? The face of a killer is your face, my face, our face.
His first MC Law, he swore to make the crowd roar. Came up through the floor, drew his mic from his hip and began to squeeze clip. Son said don't kill him, it's quick. Let him do trade. Palm State 18J, who made it possible for you to witness. Firstborn built the weather the storm. Bees swarm like 100 women scorn. This is warning to the people. We ship the sour diesel through the Caroline distribution pipeline. Spark your equal. Party people as the rhyme makes its final descent to the pavement. We laced it, keeping it basic. Who is this? Ari Jamel, ring bells throughout the city. A few know him well. Description, black male with the universal flag dripping off his lapel.
God is the #1 killer. He outkilled Genghis Khan, Kublai Khan, Tamerlane. Yes, he did. He outkilled Hitler, outkilled Mussolini, outkilled Napoleon. When God gets ready to kill, he wipes total, complete. God the killer.
Holy shit, listen to this. Okay, I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, so
Gonna love you all the more. Don't forget to dial 212 first. You gonna love you all.
Yeah, see him going where I've been, know how you feel.
Gonna love you all the morning. Gonna love you all.
I see you going where I've been. I know how you feel. Was at the same place you were now in. You shouting, announcing. You want to win with similar-minded men with great business acumen. We can make an accusation to the topic turn from tight pockets to high profits. To life assurance, at what age do we all cop it? Fuck who the hottest? Who really stand up? Who really messing with they dead man girl? That says everything about that man world. Energy transfer, immortality. You against morality, don't come around me. Homicidal vinyl section where they always found me. By the motion picture soundtrack with Richard Roundtree on the album sleeve. That's my era shit. Musical excellence, hot like on a detective list. It's simple shit that's keeping you from the shift. You a simp, a trick, or in love with your own distractions, they come in all ways. I just keep it calm, watching it all play out like it's supposed to. Old dudes playing chess in the park. Old dudes playing chess in prison. Staying on good behavior for extra visits. If they was to switch places, could you tell a difference? It's perspective, isn't it? A team that's militant, a down-ass woman by your side that get it in. The realest, I love this feeling. If you don't have a team that's militant, you better be brilliant. I love this feeling. If you don't have no team that's militant, be mentally equipped. I love this feeling. Watch everybody. That's why I love my team. I love this feeling. Keep calm but watch everything. It's your monthly subscription to the Slums Edition. The new it was written. Get your hard copies of Blockology coming from the one who lived in a bowl for goldfish. I never sell my soul, just evolve shock rap. That what you never been told shit. Cold part, Domatic all through that episode of Ozark. I think that's harder than if I had co-starred a ghetto symphony. I'm Chief Keef Cozart, mixed with Mozart. It's ill when you get bags for your own art. $1 million sink for Algebra rap. But they ain't understand it when it drop, yo. How cold is that? They asking if I'm ever gonna be over rap. But I left a few times, just never told you that. Amassing digital assets, no fiscal year kickbacks, yeah, we cash in. Physical money think different, we outlast them. We outclass them, they made it easy to pass them. I love this feeling. I just keep it calm, watching it all play out like it's supposed to. Old dudes playing chess in the park, old dudes playing chess in prison. Stay on good behavior for extra visits. If they was to switch places, could you tell a difference? It's perspective, isn't it? A team that's militant, a down-ass woman by your side that get it in. The realest, I love this feeling. Every day we do whatever we want, can't front. Yo, I love this feeling. Getting dressed, getting fly just to go to the studio. Hey yo, I love this feeling. Hey yo, tomorrow I'm juicing for the rest of the week, just cause I love this feeling. And Big Bro got his ankle bracelet took off today, yo. We're getting on a private jet. I love this feeling. Yeah, I love this feeling.
We should not be paying anything for our existence on this earth. Let that sink in. Let it scrape against everything that you've been taught. Because the most insane idea humanity ever normalized is that you owe money simply for being alive. You were born here without consent on a planet you did not create, under a sky that no government ever hung, breathing air that no corporation manufactured, and somehow you start life already in debt. That's not normal. That's not moral. That is not even sane. Explain to me how land became owned. Explain how water became a bill. Explain how shelter became rent, movement became a license, and rest became something you have to earn after selling most of your waking hours. They didn't just monetize labor, they monetized survival. And the moment survival has a price tag, freedom is gone. Because if you must comply to be allowed to live, that is not choice. That is coercion, wearing a suit and calling itself civilization. And don't insult people by calling this just how the world works. That phrase is the psychological gag they stuff in your mouth before they tighten the leash. Miss enough payments and watch how fast the mask drops. They don't just take your house. They don't just shut off your utilities. They take your mobility. They take your dignity. They cage your body, all because you failed to keep up with the subscription fee for being alive. That's not order. That is a threat backed by force. Work itself is not the enemy. Contribution is natural. Humans have always built, always grown, always created, and always shared. What is evil is when contribution stops being voluntary and becomes a condition for survival. What is evil is when fear of hunger, homelessness, and medical neglect is used as the whip. And that fear
You actually paying somebody. They never came to your house, ain't knocked on the door, ain't brought you no food, ain't sat at the dinner table, ain't been at none of the cookouts, ain't never called to say hi. How you doing? They just call and say, where my money at? See, this is where you guys got to get into the like basic fundamentals, right? Like we call it street sense, right? Common sense. Like I said, just on the proverbial street shit. Somebody come to your, call your phone, say, hey, where my money at? You're gonna be like, what? That's the first thing you're gonna say. What? And they gonna say, where my money at? Who are you? What you mean I owe you money? Show me. But when the corporation calls, you run it. You assume the position. You get emotional most of the time. You get to cussing them out. You hang up on them, and you never ask them the question. Where do you, how you say it? Where can you prove I owe you money? Can you provide me any proof? I mean, you can't punch the phone, but you look at it from that perspective, then you now gain the power. They will hang up before you hang up. Believe it or not. So if somebody actually came to your house and said, you owe me money, you're going to be like, what? It's going to be like, what? Did I hear you correctly? Okay, show me where I owe you money. And first of all, back up a little bit. You're in my space right now. You need to be on the other side of that sidewalk. Right? But when these entities get to calling, you're afraid to ask the question, is what we say you assume the position. You assume the position instead of taking that power, right? So just think about that. This is not nothing extra, but what is to be basic common sense. Common sense. But this video is off the chain. I don't know. I mean, I ain't never heard anybody just say it like this. I mean, he hit all the points. I mean, hey, let's get at it. All right.
is not accidental. It's engineered. It keeps you obedient, tired. Gave them the right to charge us for water and land they didn't create. We should not be paying anything for our existence on this earth. Let that sink in. Let it scrape against everything that you've been taught. Because the most insane idea Native Americans gave them the right to charge us for water and land they didn't create. We should not be paying anything for our existence on this earth. Let that sink in. Let it scrape against everything that you've been taught. Because the most insane idea humanity ever normalized is that you owe money simply for being alive. You were born here without consent on a planet you did not create, under a sky that no government ever hung, breathing air that no corporation manufactured, and somehow you start life already in debt. That's not normal. That's not moral. That is not even sane. Explain to me how land became owned. Explain how water became a bill. Explain how shelter became rent, movement became a license, and rest became something you have to earn after selling most of your waking hours. They didn't just monetize labor, they monetized survival. And
I mean, damn, if I had a bomb to throw up there, all them sound effects people be doing. I mean, bomb, bomb, bomb. I mean, y'all want to hear that again? Of course you do. Of course you do.
the moment survival has a price tag, freedom is gone. Because if you must comply to be allowed to, because the most insane idea humanity ever normalized is that you owe money simply for being alive. You were born here without consent on a planet you did not create.
Man, he said you owe money for being alive. Now, whoever this brother is, I mean, goodness gracious, you know he cut from that cloth. He's actually cut from that cloth. I mean, you have a solid mind, functional, and he's pretty much giving you a breakdown in 2 minutes or less, 3 minutes or less of what the system is and what it is to you and what you are doing in the process in 3 minutes or less. Now that right there, that's boss hog. Who can do that? Who can actually break the whole system down in 3 minutes or less? The interesting thing is this. People are going to listen and they're going to do what? Microwave it, put it in, and then they're going to forget about it. And never ask themselves the question. Now, I'm going to leave it right there because I'm going to say something after this. Okay? So just hold on a sec.
Under a sky that no government ever hung, breathing air that no corporation manufactured, and somehow you start life already in debt. That's not normal. Explain to me how land became owned. Explain how water became a bill. Explain how shelter became rent, movement became a license, and rest became something you have to earn after selling most of your waking hours. They didn't just monetize labor, they monetized survival. And the moment survival has a price tag, freedom is gone. Because if you must comply to be allowed to live, that is not choice. That is coercion, wearing a suit and calling itself civilization. And don't insult people by calling this just how the world works. That phrase is the psychological gag they stuff in your mouth before they tighten the leash. Miss enough payments and watch how fast the mask drops. They don't just take your house. They don't just shut off your utilities. They take your mobility. They take your dignity. They cage your body, all because you failed to keep up with the subscription fee for being alive. That's not order. That is a threat backed by force. Work itself is not the enemy. Contribution is natural. Humans have always built, always grown, always created, and always shared. What is evil is when contribution stops being voluntary and becomes a condition for survival. What is evil is when fear of hunger, homelessness, and medical neglect is used as the whip. And that fear is not accidental. It's engineered. It keeps you obedient, tired, and arguing with your neighbor instead of questioning the system that's draining you dry. No moral system, none, can justify charging human beings for access to the earth they were born on. If a
That's right, Draco. Sheesh. How about that? Nobody ever thought about that, huh? You ain't thought about it. Now, we've had these conversations, right? And this is my premises for going live because nobody wants to address this. See, this is why I talk about fear. And I'm not saying these people are afraid. I think people are just content. And they don't have, or they have looked themselves in the mirror and say they have no power or have no means or fortitude, mental fortitude, in order to fix it. Or just be able to fix their circle. You see what I'm saying? You gotta look at it from a strong perspective of what we got going on here. Like this dude right here, then pretty much blew the spot up. Like, damn, anything else that you talking about in the world or anything that you got going on, if you do not embrace this and know that you are that one that is subject to that and have actually kind of said, all right, shit, this is just the way it is. I mean, that's just the way it is. So how about it just being the way it is? This is the whole gamut that a lot of people fall in place on, and they don't really hear themselves talking. Why can't I question? I'm responsible for people. I'm responsible for my family. I'm responsible for myself. I have to follow the first commandment. There shall be no other gods before me. So I let somebody just come on and just come up in my vicinity and tell me what I need to be doing, and I don't question it. What's wrong with that? I can't question it. Johnny Law come up on me and say XYZ, I can't question him. Or they could just go ahead and just rush me because of what? I fit the profile? Or I might not have any plates, or I might not, just really just give up my information. I need to know why you got probable cause to do this. I got an issue now. Oh, I'm the one tripping. How about that? How about that?
System requires you to earn the right to exist, then that system is illegitimate at its core. And if hearing this makes you not accidental, it's engineered. It keeps you obedient, tired, and arguing with your neighbor instead of questioning the system that's draining you dry. No moral system, none.
Now we know Draco, Firekeeper. I mean, we hit these panels a lot, and we see a lot of arguing. Anybody's that might be here that I see Isness, what's going on, American Isness? Nate, Richie Rich, you're not knowing, but you're kind of getting an idea that we argue back and forth with each other. They call it trolling. They call it whatever they might call it in regards to these things. But you see, we're arguing about something based on somebody that's trying to express how they live. But there's people that's telling you that you are not living the proper way as to be done by popular demand. Or I should not popular demand, let's say popular thought. But if you listen to what this man is saying right here, now this, what you consider to be a chief, wisdom, reasoning, slow, exact, methodical. Everything he's saying is like punch, punch. Like he just knocking it down. Like I listened to this 10 times in a row. I said, what is he saying? Wait, what? I mean, you can actually take this, script it, and put it in front of somebody, so-called authority, and push that line like, hey, can you provide me where, when, how, what, to whom? You know, you could do that with your snifter, with your pinky out, you know, with your nice little drink and your stogie, you know, you can ask them the question. But they say, wait a minute, why you got that in your hand? Why you got that? Put that down. Why? Why I need to do that? See, when people say, well, you can't do that. No, I'm just asking you, why? Tell me. So, under the circumstances, this right here sums it up. I should have saved this for last. I said, nah, I was going to save it for last, but I was like, nah, let's start off with this. We're going to carry this all the way through. We're going to carry this all the way through. And I'm going to play it again. People coming in and out, I'm going to play it again. We went from 7 to 6 to 7 to 12 to 10 to 8. I'm going to play it again. So just be patient.
Can justify charging human beings for access to the earth they were born on.
Damn. Charging people with access to the earth they were born on.
If a system requires you to earn the right to exist, then that system is illegitimate at its core. And if hearing this makes you uncomfortable, good. That discomfort is the sound of a lie cracking. You're not lazy for questioning this. You're not crazy for feeling it's wrong. You're dangerous because you're starting to realize the truth. You were never meant to pay for your own existence. Gave them the right to charge us for water and land they didn't create.
One more time, if you will. One more time.
Should not be paying anything for our existence on this earth. Let that sink in. Let it scrape against everything that you've been taught. Because the most insane idea humanity ever normalized is that you owe money simply for being alive. You were born here without consent on a planet you did not create, under a sky that no government ever hung, breathing air that no corporation manufactured, and somehow you start life already in debt. That's not normal. That's not moral. That is not even sane. Explain to me how land became owned. Explain how water became a bill. Explain how shelter became rent, movement became a license, and rest became something you have to earn after selling most of your waking hours. They didn't just monetize labor, they monetized survival. And the moment survival has a price tag, freedom is gone. Because if you must comply to be allowed to live, that is not choice. That is coercion, wearing a suit and calling itself civilization. And don't insult people by calling this just how the world works. That phrase is the psychological gag they stuff in your mouth before they tighten the leash. Miss enough payments and watch how fast the mask drops. They don't just take your house. They don't just shut off your utilities. They take your mobility. They take your dignity. They cage your body, all because you failed to keep up with the subscription fee for being alive. That's not order. That is a threat backed by force. Working.
I wasn't going to interrupt this. I was going to let it play all the way through.
But body, take your dignity. They take your utilities. They take your mobility. They take your dignity. They
right there.
They take your dignity.
Right there. They take your mobility. They take your dignity. Now, mobility and dignity. Mobility is be able to move. Free will, like move around. because you know that you got to be somewhere at this time to do this, or this is going to happen. That's outside of your control. These are what you call external forces. You got external forces because, like I said in the beginning, they're not coming to your home to eat. They're not calling you to see how you're doing. They're not providing anything for you, but they want. And you must. And you better, or this is going to happen. So when you look at it from that perspective, you actually say, okay, I'm no longer a man. Because if I don't do that, then this is going to happen. Because this is what they say in their rules. If you don't do this, we doing that. Now, everybody should really get that clear understanding that that's what they're doing. I mean, this right here is prevalent because there's nobody on this earth, let alone this North America, let alone our people, that say they're immune from that. If you do, yeah, sell that to somebody else. All right.
They cage your body all because you failed to keep up with the subscription fee for being alive. That's not order. That is a threat backed by force. Work itself is not the enemy. Contribution is natural. Humans have always built, always grown, always created, and always shared. What is evil is when contribution stops being voluntary and becomes a condition for survival. What is evil is when fear of hunger, homelessness, and medical neglect is used as the whip. And that fear is not accidental. It's engineered. It keeps you obedient, tired, and arguing with your neighbor instead of questioning the system that's draining you dry. No moral system, none, can justify charging human beings for access to the earth they were born on. If a system requires you to earn the right to exist, then that system is illegitimate at its core. And if hearing this makes you uncomfortable, good. That discomfort is the sound of a lie cracking. You're not lazy for questioning this. You're not crazy for feeling it's wrong. You're dangerous because you're starting to realize the truth. You were never meant to pay for your own existence.
Now, this one is a little different, right? So I'm just going to change the trajectory on that. That's just some food for thought. But I'm going to change the trajectory on this one. This is a little bit outside of my this is outside of my zone, but this is very interesting because I've been hearing about this stuff for a minute. And let me know what y'all think.
Within the Christian community that is absolutely taken off. Okay. With one person speaking on this and getting over 1.5 million views in one day. And that theory is this: is Himalayan salt actually petrified giants or Nephilim from the Bible? Okay. And when you first hear about this, you may think that it's crazy, but the more you look into it, the more interesting it actually gets. Okay. I want to show you guys this video plus another video that may actually change your mind on this situation. Let's hop into this video, watch it, and react to it. Before we do me a quick favor. Hit that like button for the algorithm so that this video can reach more people like yourself. I truly appreciate you guys. Let's hop in. I just want to say real quick, this is just a theory. It's not proven fact. And as of now, I just take this as entertainment and something interesting to think about, like most conspiracy theories that haven't been proven yet, okay? But let's check it out.
Okay, hold on a second. Were the giants so tall, the ancient giants, were they so freaking tall that he had to flood the earth for 40 days and 40 nights to be able to submerge them? anything less, like, why did he pick that specific amount of time? That was obviously enough to do the job. The job was to get rid of the giants. So we're talking titans, dude. Like, I'm not talking that tree. Like, that would have been like a peon, like a micro giant. I'm not talking about the Afghan giant either. We're talking titans. Now, where would giants go during a flood to try to escape it? Probably the tops of the highest hill, the highest mountain they could get to, right? Where do they find pink salt? On top of and in a giant mountain. What does pink salt look like? Have you ever looked in a pink salt mine before? Type in pink salt mine, look on the inside of it. It looks eerily similar to that of human muscle fibers. Like, it looks like cured ham. It looks like prosciutto, or should I say prosciutto. Things petrified. We know that. Many things petrified. Did ancient titans petrify into pink salt? There'd be a ton of minerals. And if there was ancient giant trees back then too, which we know there was. Sorry, I'm not buying the magma story. I'm not buying the story that Devil's Tower and the other basalt column in Antarctica and the other one, the Giant's Causeway in Ireland. Or Scotland. I'm not buying that's magma. I'm sorry, you're not convincing me that magma forms hexagons. When magma cools, it's just splattered, it's just squishy, it's just freaking all discombobulated all over the place. It doesn't form the plant cell structure of a freaking hexagon. It doesn't do that.
Now, you know, this is interesting. It's a little bit off tilt, but this is just something that I've seen a lot of different things, and based on scientific type of evidence, you know, our body, once it gets to a certain place where it dehydrates, right? That's how you get beef jerky and all this different type of stuff, you know, where you get stuff to dry out. You dehydrate it, and then it becomes more salt than anything else. Brittle, then you could grind it up and turn it into fine dust. But just something to think about. Let's go here. Hold on. Let me check this one first. All right, so we're gonna pull this up. I told y'all I want y'all to come up. We're gonna talk about it. I ain't gonna sit here and talk too long. I'm gonna play some stuff. I don't want to keep hearing myself talk.
Traces of two ancient cities in the distance of a few miles, situated in the Cahokia Creek, which empties into the Mississippi. But a short distance below that place, here is situated one of those pyramids, which is 150 rods in circumference at its base, nearly half a mile, and 100 feet high. At St. Louis is one with two stages or landing places. As the architectural phrase is, there is another with three stages at the mouth of the Missouri, a few miles above St. Louis. With respect to the stages or landing places of these pyramids, we are reminded of the tower once standing in Old Babylon, which had 8 stages from its base to the summit, making it 600 feet high. At the mouth of the Cahokia Creek, a short distance below St. Louis, are 2 groups of those mounds of similar size, but we are not informed of their exact number. Baton Rouge are several mounds of which...
You know, the elephant in the room is the Bible. It is the Bible, the chosen people, the Hebrews, the Jews, the Canaanites, the Hamites, the Moabites, the Moors, everybody. And this is going to get addressed eventually. Just be patient. It's going to get addressed, right? Because at this point in time, that's why the first video I showed, this is going to be our foundation, is that there's a lot of people making claims and utilizing documents, instruments, and other type of peer reviews to make a point of who's who and what's what. So under these circumstances, it's got to get addressed. In order for reparations and restitution, or for any type of repair and restore to be done, every corner, or as we say, every trap needs to be checked. Everything needs to come in order. So there's no way that they can escape. Well, let's talk about commerce. Got you there. Let's talk about consumer law. Got you there. Let's talk about slavery. Got you there. Let's talk about the slave trade. Got you there. Let's talk about the treaty. Got you there. Let's talk about the Bible. Got you there. So this is going to have to get addressed. And people going to have to stop running. Going to have to stop running from this stuff. And have a real dialogue.
Which is composed chiefly of shells, which the inhabitants burn into lime. There is a mound on the Black River, which has 2 stages or stories that is surrounded with a group of lesser ones, as well as the Bayou Mount Baton Rouge. There is one of those pyramids near Washington in the state of Mississippi, which is 140 feet high, which is a little short of 9 rods perpendicular elevation and 56 rods in circumference. Mr. Breckenridge is one of the opinion of the largest city belonging to this people, and the authors of the mounds and other works was situated on the plains between St. Francis and the Arkansas. There is no doubt in the neighborhood of St. Louis must have been cities of large towns of these ancient people, and the number and size of the mounds above recounted would most certainly justify. 15 miles in a southwesterly direction from the town of St. Louis on the Merrimack River was discovered by Mr. Long on lands which he had purchased there. Several mounds of the ordinary size as found in the valley of the Mississippi, all of which go to establish that this country, lying between the Missouri and the Mississippi rivers below St. Louis and between junction of Illinois and the Mississippi above, with the whole region about union of those rivers which with each other, which are all not far from St. Louis, was once the seat of empire, equal, if not surpassing, the population and arts, as once they flourished on the plains of Shinar, the seat of Chaldean power, and on the banks of the Euphrates.
Okay. I'm gonna bring up this PDF in a minute. I'm gonna let this thing take me where it needs to take me, and I'm gonna flow with it. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go to the next one. What's up, Nadia? I'm setting the stage. We're gonna go ahead and give me a minute. We're gonna roll through this just for a second. I ain't gonna say too much. I'm just gonna make my comments. Fair use, fair use, fair use.
All right, copy.
Okay, I'm not playing nothing. All right. Yeah. You got, yeah. Forgive me.
People, not all of them, the ancient remains show a definite genetic trace, not to Africa only, but across the Pacific. There's this definite trace, lineage they can trace out towards Hawaii and beyond Hawaii. Then they began a worldwide match of DNA. Well, who does this, these strange black people, who do they match up with? They don't match up with Africans. The contribution of blacks not only to America, but to the world is profound. Imagine if I could take from each one of you as an individual everything you knew about life up to last week and just erase it. Where would you be? You'd be lost. You'd be incompetent. You wouldn't know how to plan for the future. And you do the same thing with a people. If you erase their history or you don't tell enough about their past, they also become incompetent and they can't fulfill the future. A new discovery, which has not yet been published. It relates directly to the black communities across America. This is a drawing from life that was made, believe it or not, by a so-called American Indian. They were a black people who built fantastic boats. They were like Viking boats. And there are still native blacks in Mexico. That's never been explained by archaeologists before Columbus arrived. DNA tests done on them. DNA tests done on the bones of some of the Olmec people, not all of them, the ancient remains, show a definite genetic trace, not to Africa only, but across the Pacific. There's this definite trace, lineage they can trace out towards Hawaii and beyond Hawaii. Then they began a worldwide match of DNA. Well, these strange black people, who do they match up with? They don't match up with Africans. The contribution of blacks, not only to America, but to the world is profound. Imagine if I could take from each one of you as an individual everything you knew about life up to last week and just erase it. Where would you be? You'd be lost. You'd be incompetent. You wouldn't know how to plan for the future. And you do the same thing with a people. If you erase their history or you don't tell enough about their past, they also become incompetent and they can't fulfill the future. A new
All right, I can take a break right there. Natty, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, big man, I hear.
All right, yep. I mean, what you think about these? I mean, outside the crazy stuff I did with those Nephilims and the salt bodies and all that stuff. I mean, what you think about so far? I'm just really wanting to open the panel up and we kind of figure out what's some approaches based on any type of remedy. Any ideas? I'm taking notes and try to put something together, a proposal or something. So maybe some legislation could be involved. I know how you feel about dealing with these people, but at the end of the day, there's still things that can still be remedied based on these adhesion contracts, if I may, that have been set forward. So, but that first one though, that was Boss Hog, man. This guy actually put it together. He couldn't have said it no better.
Play him again.
Glad you said that. I mean, I could actually play this shit over and over again. I can play him over and over again.
And land they didn't create. We should not be paying anything for our existence on this earth. Let that sink in. Let it scrape against everything that you've been taught. Because the most insane idea humanity ever normalized is that you owe money simply for being alive. You were born here without consent on a planet you did not create, under a sky that no government ever hung, breathing air that no corporation manufactured, and somehow you start life already in debt. That's not normal. That's not moral. That is not even sane. Explain to me how land became owned. Explain how water became a bill. Explain how shelter became rent, movement became a license, and rest became something you have to earn after selling most of your waking hours. They didn't just monetize labor, they monetized survival. And the moment survival has a price tag, freedom is gone. Because if you must comply to be allowed to live, that is not choice. That is coercion. wearing a suit and calling itself civilization. And don't insult people by calling this just how the world works. That phrase is the psychological gag they stuff in your mouth before they tighten the leash. Miss enough payments and watch how fast the mask drops. They don't just take your house. They don't just shut off your utilities. They take your mobility. They take your dignity. They cage your body, all because you failed to keep up with the subscription fee for being alive. That's not order. That is a threat backed by force. Work itself is not the enemy. Contribution is natural. Humans have always built, always grown, always created, and always shared. What is evil is when contribution stops being voluntary and becomes a condition for survival. What is evil is when fear of hunger, homelessness, and medical neglect is used as the whip. And that fear is not accidental, it's engineered. It keeps you obedient, tired, and arguing with your neighbor instead of questioning the system that's draining you dry. No moral system, none, can justify charging human beings for access to the earth they were born on. If a system requires you to earn the right to exist, then that system is illegitimate at its core. And if hearing this makes you uncomfortable, good. That discomfort is the sound of a lie cracking. You're not lazy for questioning this. You're not crazy for feeling it's wrong. You're dangerous because you're starting to realize the truth. You were never meant to pay for your own existence.
All right.
Yeah, was any questions on that?
But to me, it's kind of self-explanatory. I don't have no questions, you know. But I can't ask you a question because you don't. You don't subscribe to that. Like you're not in that position.
Which
So
which
that
position?
position of what he's talking about. Paying for your existence. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. I'm not into
That's the
that.
main thing. So
Yeah.
paying for your existence, mobility, and dignity. You see what I'm saying? Those are the things that stuck out to me.
It all sounds adequate, but the missing puzzle is we're not in representation of our own existence. We're using the monopoly board character.
But are we though? Are we using the monopoly board or are we subject to that monopoly board and just casualties along the way?
Yeah, you didn't hear what a man said earlier when he said, that's called coercion, bro. When you must submit and put on a suit and tie.
Exactly. But is that coercion or
Of
is that
course.
how can it be coercion when you don't question it? This is what I was saying in the beginning. I think you came up a little bit after. When I first put it up there, I said nobody questions anything. They assume the position, right? This is what I say assumptions and presumptions, right? You know about this, Nadi. So under assumptions and presumptions, people assume that position or presume that that is the position that they are to be in based on them viewing what's in front of them, the actual authority.
Well, the brethren mentioned that also when he stated they carry on with a conversation and blow your bubbles up your butt when they say this is just how the world goes.
There it is. Now, that I've heard so many times and how these people talk, lawyers, all this stuff. They just say, well, that's just how this is how things are usually done. I said, okay, but does that mean it's right? Maybe it might be the norm, but is it right? You see what I'm saying?
And if you in that facility, it's right. If this facility is feeding you, this process is identified in your survival, it is right. So an attorney, a judge, a capitalist, a communist, whatever, a Democrat, a Republican, whatever it's title they're holding is still on the monopoly board. Even the people you have interactions with. So are you the piece of the monopoly board or the player? And if you watch the board, it's many pieces. It's probably 1,000,000 pieces, if not a couple thousand pieces on the board, if not more. But they're usually only 4 to 5 players.
Mhm.
It's not really a conglomerate of um, personnel playing the game. There's a lot of pieces, a lot of people playing in the piece role in the role on the board, but not actually playing the game. Not understanding that they're not part of the game. They just
Right.
playing the game.
Okay, so and this is what is, I say, delusional with a lot of people, is they actually think they are in the game, but really they're sitting back watching the game and participating by paying for it. And we call them fans. You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
I say they are in the monopoly game, whether they are in railroad, whether they be the J and go to jail, whether they be the car or the timber, whether they be a square or a line on the board. They're the whole entire. This is just how the world goes. In the personnel is playing the board. So when they go in and like Lil Brethren just spoke just now, who was speaking, and he goes and speaks to the board because he's speaking at the board, the people on the board. The players sitting back saying, shit, they ain't gonna catch on to that. Let's keep playing. The 4 players, the 4 to 5 players, including the banker, right? They're always above the game because they're playing the game. They're not part of the game. They just playing the game. They can get up and walk away because they know it's an illusion. It's not of substance. So this is where you get the point. Own nothing. Control everything. Be the player of the game. Don't be the game. Don't try to be the R on Railroad Street. Now you have a title and all that. Don't try to be the J on go to jail. Don't try to be one of the dice or the number on the dice or the. Don't try. Don't be part of the game. Don't be the money, the $1,000 bill or the $100 bill or the $10 bill. Don't be none of that. Do not be affiliated as pieces of the game.
Now,
Be players.
right. So the pieces that are on the chessboard, right? Let's say the players and pieces, and I'll reference it to sports. The people on the court are your pawns, right? Your coach, your assistant coaches are the managers who are being instructed from the higher ups in order to, you know what I'm saying, make it work to win the game. You know, they put the best pieces together and they go against each other. The best ones win the game. Now, I put Nate thing up there because he said we are pieces being moved left and right. I don't even think we are the pieces. I think the pieces that are being moved left and right are the ones that's actually your alleged debt collectors and creditors. We're just casualties along the way. Now I say we because I've been there. So I'm not exempt from that. But what I'm saying is that we're not even in the game. We had nothing a part of what they're doing. This is a whole gamut that they got going on, and we don't have no clue what's happening.
Yeah, I can see this perspective you're viewing.
Yeah, I just look at it as when you like what this brother is saying is you're dealing with 99% of the people in North America that live that life. People say, well, it's 80%. No, 99% of the people that live that life. There are millionaires that are in debt. There are millionaires that don't have generational wealth. I call them millionaire EBT card carriers. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't have that because they're still being leaned upon. They don't have full faith and credit. Their accounts aren't zeroed out. They go on with the thing of there's a such thing as good debt. There is no such thing as good debt. To me, I don't want no debt. I don't want to owe nobody. I don't want to talk to you. You not nobody that I want to hang around. I don't want you to be a part of my life. I can use you as a tool. This is being in the game as a vehicle, like as you were saying earlier. Vehicles. We're like transmitting utilities. We're vehicles. I use the word casualties, but we're being utilized as chattel in the form of paper, but we eventually be the surety. That's why we go to jail. That's why we get foreclosed upon. That's why cars are taken. That's why houses are taken. But you got people, Naughty, that are actually saying you did something wrong. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want to hear nothing else. They say, pay your bills. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just saying. Now, I'm not saying being dishonor. I'm not saying being dishonor. You got into it, but if once you come into the knowing, like we have, then why would you stay there? If you come into the knowing, then it must be addressed. If you don't address it, then now you are in fully, like you were saying yesterday, you are participating in the what? The fraud.
Yep.
You like how I brought that back? I brought that back.
Yep. Even the Pope. So we don't understand this literature. We don't understand we're not understanding the things that's being manifested in our face. Paperwork works. That's the only thing that's identified. I don't know why individuals don't invest themselves into creating their own documentations. How is it someone you never met, the state of Kentucky, whatever state you claim or you're from, hold a right to identify the name you call your own that you're using? How did they hold that? How is their name the first name on a birth certificate? Not your name, not your parents' name. It's the state name on there first. Ah, shit. So when you see that birth certificate, and your name is John Doe. I call you John Doe. Hey, John Doe. The only way you know you someone looking for you is when them call your name John Doe. That birth certificate can't say John Doe. You affiliate that with your sound. You're affiliated with yourself. You're identifying you under their creation in a letter format, in writing, as in paperwork. That's all they view. They don't even want to hear no words. You don't even win no court case with words. You win it with penmanship. Any type of contract, penmanship. Oh, oh, keep the word of the mouth. All I got is my word of my boss. You don't have your words. Your words is vague. It disappear in the vast of the air. As soon as you say it, it's gone. You have no identification to it after it's been pronounced. But that paper, that ledger, that shit'll stand to the end of time. It was called Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Shall be written in stone. Things shall be done in stone, cast in stone. That should be the last signs of the conquering identity. That was the first process of identifying documentations. You seen Daniel come in there and start writing up shit, keeping tally. Wasn't that the first representation of tallying?
Yeah.
Ecclesiastical. We keep running from it, like one of the information you put up earlier. Keep running from that script, even though it identifies this and this and this and that. And now today they want to call it identifying terms under the ledger, not under what we used to say it, how we used to call it. We ain't used to call it Mississippi River, Mississippi. Come on, man. That wasn't even in we vocabulary. That's something we gotta go and make out. Delaware? We ain't calling nothing Delaware. Come on, man. Washington? Come on, man. These are ledgers of under their identification. And it's surpassed long after the people, long after what the people called the lands, what the people identified themselves as, them ledgers. So if you can't create your own in your own likeness, but you're going to allow someone else to create one in your likeness and you represent it, you must be mad.
Or sleep.
Something's going on. I know it's quite systematic to not identify with certain things because they have so much distraction in front of you.
Right.
But when you actually sit your ass down and observe, the only thing that really is truth is what's natural. What they call it, God, universe, and now. Gun. God, universe, and now. As in that's the real jewel. Not
Now,
this. Go ahead.
I look at it. So, so it's I use Robin Harris, the comedian, when he had that one segment when he talked about, who's the boss, who's the man, right?
Rob,
And
Robin
he,
Harris.
you remember Robin Bebe's kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, Robin Harris in his joke. I mean, in his comedy thing, one of his segments he talked about the man. He said, "Who's the man?" And then you think you the man, or you think that person's the man, but that might be the man sitting next to the man, sitting next to the man, sitting next to the man. And I never forgot that. That is true today. Nobody knows who's in control. What we do know is that we're not, and we don't have a standing army.
When you say control, what do you mean by that?
Well, control meaning, they got their tentacles in pretty much the whole system as it is, right? The whole system, all parts of it, the courts, all three. Let's just say all three articles, right? Legislature, the courts, and the military, right? Your executive, right? Your executive forces. I mean, we don't have any form of control over that. We don't even have any type of say so over that in the United States of America system. We have none, zero, right? So all we can do is be diplomatic and proper in our way. And people say, well, diplomatic, this and this. No. Diplomatic doesn't mean I got paperwork saying I'm diplomatic. That means that my diplomacy is how I deal with you as somebody that's on the other side. That part is, even if I don't have any protection outside of this system as it is, especially if I'm calling myself a black man or indigenous copper colored American Indian, where's my protection? I mean, where's my army? If I don't have an army, where's my protection? You see, so that's this where you know I come at it from that perspective of what you're saying. So we have to figure out, and I'm being really careful with I'm being real careful with my words. I want this to really kind of make sense, not just to just talk. But we have to figure out how we can, and I'm just saying it from all different perspectives. You know what I'm saying? Even being a black man, whatever they want, African American, whatever they want to label us as, or what we choose to acquire, we have to be able to be diplomatic in our speech, in our approach, and find the ways that we can actually get that remedy. And it's proven to be very difficult under the circumstances. It's proven to be very difficult based on the fact that there's a lot of this back and forth and a lot of this head butting on terminologies, words, titles. You know what I'm saying?
All right. When we're dealing with any individual, it goes back to say 99.99999% of the people is going to be in the format under the contractual identity. You're going to have to deal with 99.999999 in this same fashion if you want to look to achieve any resources, because that's how they have the resources formatted in that 99.999 experience. So it's not you being the 0.0001, you wouldn't have any sovereignty as with an army backing unless you did a contractual agreement with the 99.99999 as you're standing alone in your own estate in cooperation with the commerce, because you can't be denied survival, happiness, the pursuit of that comes even prior to a citizen. Even a citizen is granted that mere privilege. So yours is inalienable, but you have to format yourself in that order to be identified by the 99.99999. If you're not in the essence or in the sense of paperwork identification, they don't see it. They see barbaric or barbarism because you're not participating in the contractual agreement identity or trust under the trust law format. You check what I'm saying? So it'll be hard for an individual to really live like a hermit unless he have his own little private garden and he's nowhere in the radiation or radiate zone of the commercing zones, the commercing sectors.
Okay, so you look at this, right? Right, mobility. Right, this is mobility. Mobility is the ability to move or be moved freely and easily. Now, whether the contractual agreement is there, I never seen anything in any of my contracts saying that I can't move freely. These are what you consider to be some secret type of things that they have in maybe fine print that you don't know in the agreement.
Which agreement?
Let's say to get a driver's license.
Okay,
In the driver's license saying that your license, you need this license to operate a motor vehicle. Now, nobody is saying what's a motor vehicle, what is driving. Everybody's under the assumption and presumption that this is something that needs to function in order for you to operate that motor vehicle, that automobile, that car, whatever it might be. But people are having their movements stopped,
restricted. So
right? Okay, so restricted. Okay, so that's a
let me
better
say
word.
this. Let me get in right quick. When you go obtain a driver's license, you are no longer under a right of freedom, bro.
But a lot of people don't know that. This is what we talking about. 99%. 99% of people
Okay,
don't know
let me
that.
go deeper than that.
Okay.
When you in representation of the state entity, you have no agreements to that system. You're
But
never
nobody knows that either. Nobody
huh?
knows that either. Now, I didn't know that back in 2008, 2000 and wait, no, in 1989. I did not know that. You know what I'm
But
saying?
you
I
should
was
have knew
told at school, once I passed my driver's ed, you need to go to the DMV, take that test, and pass that written test and pass the driving test, and you will get a driver's license. I was like, yes, I'm gonna get that driver's license. Now I feel like a man. I could drive myself. I can get me a car. That's all I'm thinking about. Ain't nobody tell me nothing else.
What comes first, the egg or the chicken?
Shit, I don't know. I think it's the egg.
All right, let's start at the egg. All right, the egg still gonna need sperm and the embryo to develop an egg, even an outer shell. So the inner part is from the beginning of your conception, you have been identifying as this being the play of the game. So every step of the play, you're trying to go from step to step to step to step higher and higher. That Masonic step. You're trying to reach that window with that nice breezing sun and that tree and that hill out there. You check? You're trying to reach to that. They put this in your face as this is the steps to go to reach this. They don't tell you there's another instance. They tell you about their game, their monopoly. I can't tell you about what's outside of my game. All I can tell you is what I'm skilled at. So now when you come into what my skill set, I'm gonna give basic bare minimum to achieve to the next level. It's on the individual if they want to invest their research on what's the next step inquiry. What is the process of this? What's all involved in this? What's the pros and cons in this? No one is investigating that.
I
That's
get
on the
it.
individual.
I mean, I get it. But if we have a contract, if we have a contract, and let's say you're the one that is, you know, giving me a loan or something, we have an agreement. I give you this, you do this, and I freely, under my free will, I decide to do this. Would it make sense for me to do that if you have no liabilities as well? The whole thing is upon me. Or do you really think that a sane man with consciousness, full, you give me full disclosure of everything. This is what's happening. Boop, 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 boop. Man, I ain't got it. I'm not liable for nothing. All the onus is on you. I'm gonna give you this money. But at the end of the day, when I show up, pay. When we do it, pay. And if I did it, pay. Make sure you stop. You come over here, you do this. Do you really think any sane man, if they was actually given those terms and conditions, they would actually sign that contract?
I don't know any sane man saying, not saying not saying the indoctrinated is insane, but just saying they're indoctrinated. But a sane man, before he jump in that water head first, he gonna jump in feet first and see how shallow it is. He's not just gonna be the individual that don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Only prostitutes and whores don't look the gift horse in the mouth. For real. You check what I'm saying?
Right.
So the way that indoctrination ran, it left without question because this is what you see every day when you look around you. People driving up and down the road, 99.99999% of the people that you have interactions with, and this is the norm. No one you come across as your development in life is giving you questioning on certain issues until you get to a certain age. Now it looks as conspiracy. But if you question things as you're coming up and you question all things, you're going to go and invest yourself into study to find out pros and cons because it's going to be part of the question. Now you're going to see if this adapt to you in a way that is going to be in your comfort zone, to your best interest, or to your detriment. And if so, how far in? Is it a way out? These are the things you once you come into a question, you run into more. You run into more. You find a solution to your own question. Because no one can actually give you an answer. You see what I'm
All
saying?
right. All right. So here's the next one. Dignity, the state or quality of being worthy of honor or respect. A composed or serious manner or style. So
Hmm.
if you
I
don't
ain't even
have
gotta say no more.
okay, so that's why I came here.
Say
So
say the last one again.
okay, a
Hey,
composed or serious manner or style.
thank you. That's already set. That's already implicated. There's no coming or deforming from that composed manner or style. It's already adequate placed. So if you conform and you want to adapt to this monopoly game, this is the manner and the style. No
Right.
one is
So
questioning it. No one is questioning it because it's already composed as a manner and style. When you just asked the question just now earlier, someone running the controlling it or who runs it or no one really knows who run it. It's not who runs it, bro. It's who plays the game. Okay, so check this check part of the game. Okay, so this system that's created, it needs to survive. How does it need to survive? It need to have me and my people generational embedded in it. How can we make it survive? President Trump, one. Go and invest your money inside of the programs of these private companies that's holding immigrants for the border patrol and the ICE agents. Once you invest your money a year, 6 months to a year earlier, turn around and write a bill behind it. Now it feeds the system. It's gonna keep the system getting people in it. It's gonna keep the system getting people revolving in them doors because it's giving it another mouth to open up to devour. The 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 the, the people that's investing in the system is they're not controlling it. They're receiving from it by playing the game of the system, playing that I'm gonna put money in it because this is where it's going. This is what it's gonna be. So let me enrich me and my people, so my great grandkids I know how they was able to eat and have gold and silver spoons, and how they was coming up is off of this system. So they're gonna continue the process, invest in the system, because the system is autonomous by itself. No one can control it. The only thing you can do is cut it off at completely. You can't go in and fix this. You can't go in and try to fix that. It's all corrupt. It's corrupt.
all right, so in this okay, so we have these synonyms right here.
Yeah.
Stateliness, nobility, majesty, regality, self-esteem, self-worth, self-respect, pride, morale, decency. So if he's saying you're taking people of their dignity, so what you're saying is that you have two different aspects going on. You're you're the system is removing your or suppressing your nobility. On top of that, you start to feel based on if you get a foreclosure or things like that, or if you even challenge the system as it is or question it, they can actually do things to put you in a position that can knock down your self-respect or decency or morale, or even being subject to it can actually put you in a position where your your morale, your decency becomes compromised. Like you would do anything in order to get that thing that they say that you need to have and to be done a certain type of way.
99.9999% of the people is playing this game, whether they know it or not. who's gonna benefit from it? Is all the whole 99.999 supposed to fall up under it? Or is it supposed to be 1%, at least 1% that makes a creativity to ride and profit off of it? This is where you're getting your 1%. They're not giving a fuck about dignity. They're investing on the system because the system is winning. They're not worrying about the other 98%, bro. They don't give a fuck because the 98% don't give a fuck. They don't have dignity to play the game.
All right, now here's my question. I got you right there. All right, so look, under the circumstances, even within the system as it is, or what we're saying, even based on what this brother is saying, are you telling me that what he's talking about is the only way that this system works? There's no other way you can get around it in order to not participate in the fraud, maintain your dignity, your morality, and your decency, and still be mobile.
If you want a bottle of hot sauce, Tabasco sauce from Mexico, if you want a bottle of Himalayan salt from the Himalayan mountain, and if you want a pack of now later from fucking New Jersey, you're gonna have to have a system in place to provide those things to one individual at the time of conference.
All right. Now you didn't answer the question. That is a given. We know Tabasco sauce go way back. We know all these different things go way back.
I'm speaking on trade.
These things are going to be produced regardless.
I'm speaking on trade for it to be provided to you in the accessibility of comfort. It's gonna have to have a system to have that readily available, and it's gonna have to be some type of trading where everyone will want the same type of identity of wealth, so it can spend on everything else. I can't.
Bingo. So we agree. That system is going to function and it's got to move. These people got to get to work. They got to have these manufacturer companies. They got to have these mines. They got to have these institutions in place. They have to do that in order for it to happen. What we're dealing with is the middleman. Here's what we're dealing with: the middleman. We got to be able to cut out the middleman.
Well, they finna cut all man out. They finna start building the AI community with computer and robotic manipulation, bro. Niggas ain't finna be doing a goddamn thing but sitting around.
Man, ain't nobody hit that chat. Nobody ain't said nothing. I guess they listening, right? They taking notes because they ain't hitting the panel either. So, hey, look, I told y'all, hit the panel. You could just put a question up, come in, say what's up, and then bounce. Go back to the chat. I ain't tripping.
They stage shy.
Just come on up. Just come on up, man.
Stage shy.
Look, I'm
There
trying
ain't
to get this.
nothing wrong
I'm
with
trying to get
speaking
the
your
flow. I'm trying to get the flow going here. Just as long. Okay, so hit the thumbs up, thumbs down, share it, do whatever. Call me, whatever you want to call me. But all I'm saying is just do that. Just come on up here because I need feedback. Just give me feedback because we're talking about something that needs to be addressed. All right. So you have some calm before the storm, and I am that quiet storm. So come on up here, say what's up, bounce back. You know what I mean? All right. Back to the situation. Okay, so look. All right, Nadi. The reason why I said the middleman, right? Because those things are a constant. I mean, those things have to go. They have to go. They have to be done. But what we have is we have a system of middlemen. I know you gave me your response, but that's not good enough for me. All I'm saying is that if What he's saying is that, you know, I don't want it to be looked at it as that's the end all be all. There's no other way out. There's no other way out. As soon as I said that, now the the the, the people listening dropped. That's crazy. Hey, look. So what I'm saying is that under the circumstances within this system, as it is, you can still operate from a position of the settlor. You could be that settlor, that grantor, that trustor, that that man, that flesh and blood man, woman, or whatever that can actually control the contract, right? Acceptance, right? You got offer, counter offer, acceptance, right? You got an offer, counter offer, acceptance. Now, once the counter offer happens, then you have full acceptance. You have a bilateral contract. If you just have offer and acceptance, it's a unilateral contract, and the liability comes on everybody. This is what people don't understand about what indenture contracts are really about. Both sides have a liability. You can actually negotiate that contract so that way you're not subject to or liable for all, and you're not indemnified, and you indemnify the other side without any type of regress. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So it can actually, power can actually be done in that way. It doesn't have to be where you're mobile or immobile, where you're, well, let me put it this way, that you're immobile. You can actually make sure that you are mobile in a matter, because you can walk away. You could get 1,000 no's and get one yes, and you're good. That's just like going to a car lot. Go to a car lot. You know what you want to pay. You know what the situation is, and then you can actually get what you want. If not, you walk away. Eventually, they're going to say, "Hey, let's work this out," because they already know that they're middlemen. That is where I see, under the circumstances we are today, where we can actually create leverage. And just being on some regular shit. Just say, hey, let's say we all United States citizens. We ain't gonna deal with all the extra stuff. Let's just say we deal with everything as it is presented. You can actually go back, because consumer law is your remedy, your equity, I should say. Because under the circumstances, you got to have full disclosure. So if you don't have full disclosure, or you want to question the matter of what is to be, then you can actually, maintain some type of authority, because you're in honor. You're paying your bills, you're on time, everything's good. You're a law-abiding citizen. You do everything by the law states. But I have some rights here, or some questions here that I want to ask you. But hey, I'm not an enemy combatant. I'm not being aggressive. I just need some questions to be answered. Now, once I meet aggression, then I can say, hey, why am I meeting this aggression? I'm just expressing my rights, as a citizen. Why can't I get that? So are you saying, Nadi, that even if I do that, they could still just grab me by the collar and say, don't ask me a goddamn thing. Get over here and assume that position. If you don't, well, you know what's good for you. You got it.
Yeah.
He said, yeah. Oh, yeah, just like that. That's simple. All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So since you want to be, let me throw something else up here. Let me throw some other stuff up here. Where is it at? Let me throw this. I don't know what this is sounding like. Let me throw this up here real quick. Here we go. All right.
And forbids U.S. presidents and their officials from using royal titles like king or prince or baron. For some mysterious reason, the 13th Amendment, which was ratified in 1810, no longer appears on current copies of the Constitution. America's blood-soaked War of Independence against the British bankrupted America and turned its citizens into permanent debt slaves of the king. In the War of 1812, the British torched and burned to the ground the White House and all U.S. government buildings. And
Any validity to that?
Yeah. That's why I'm like, man, people don't understand.
All right, hold that thought. Let me finish it.
And destroyed ratification records of the U.S. Constitution. 1 century later, a corrupt U.S. Congress committed the biggest theft in world history. They passed Paul Warburg's Federal Reserve Act in 1913, handing over America's gold and silver reserves and total control of America's economy to the Rothschild banksters. Most Americans still believe that the Fed or Federal Reserve is the government. It is not. The Fed is a privately owned banking system whose majority Class A shareholders are the Rothschilds, Warburgs, Kuhn and Loeb, J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, Israel Seif, and the Lehman Brothers.
Okay. They said the United States turned over their gold to them. I mean, are they in the ballpark? Totally right or totally wrong? I mean, they're talking about gold, right? Gold and silver. The United States of America own that gold, control that gold.
Where did the United States of America get gold from in 1800s, bro?
I don't know.
Exactly. What was the colony using prior to United States being created? Colony currency. Colony had every colony had their own specific currency.
Okay.
The whole reason behind driver's license is to be able to go in different colony jurisdictions, and commit um 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 commit commerce or um man, what's the word? It'll come to me. But
I
the
mean,
the the British.
how can they
Okay,
turn
so
over gold? How can they turn
they
over gold when they had their own colonial currency? Was it backed by gold? I mean,
no, no, no,
so
it
how they
wasn't.
turning over gold then?
They wasn't. That's all a lie. You got to remember now. You have two pieces of friendship treaties,
Yep.
and both of them is to Morocco. One is in 1836. The other
Mm-hmm.
one is in 1787, 86, 87.
Mm-hmm.
So United States always had an allegiance and commerce with Morocco because Morocco was basically running all the ports through the world,
Okay.
even in America. Morocco was running the ports. This is where you're gonna get all your slaves supposed to be coming in, and you ain't got no information on no slaves coming to no port for real and being sold on no goddamn docks and all, all that shit was controlled by the Moroccans. You ain't gonna even find out no information on that. They got all this other shit is created about slave ships and slave manifestos or ship manifestos and all of that. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
Got to have the docs. You got to have the doc information. That's where the goddamn bill of exchange, their titles, all of that gonna be created off of everything that comes in America. Is the docs.
This private banking cartel is the Fed and is never audited and never pays taxes. They print and design America's money, which displays their symbols of an Egyptian pyramid, a Masonic all-seeing eye, and the words "In God We Trust." Who exactly is the God they trust?
Okay. So yeah, we have a pyramid up there. All right. So, okay. So what about the Americans? Let's deal with these indigenous nations at that time. Where was they at? What position did they hold? And did they have any say so, or was they a part of it? What's happening here? I mean, we got new information, Nadi. Got new information. So if we got new information, uh, where did indigenous people stand, and where was they just sitting back in the cut, just watching what they was doing, or what? What's
Nah,
that?
that's gonna be the excuse me. That's gonna be the states, the Michigans, the Ohioans, the that's gonna be the unincorporated states that turned incorporated under the United States. Rolling me one up right quick, so bear with me. But yeah, they're gonna be identified as the Mississippians, the Alabamians, in that correspondence as the Republic, State of Republic. Prior to that 13th Amendment. When the 13th Amendment came in, that's what broke all that shit up as being as the Mississippians and Ohioans and all of that shit.
Uh, uh, I mean,
And made them incorporated. I wanted
yeah,
to hear what that woman. I was wanted to hear what that woman was talking about the 13th Amendment. 13th Amendment, it got rid of all that Indian shit.
which okay, hold on. Let me start over again because it was
If America had really won the War of Independence, they would never have agreed to pay debts and reparations to the King of England.
now. Here's the thing that got me. You're paying reparations to the British Crown. I mean, we got to talk about that. Hold that thought, because I want to get through it. But we got to talk about that. You're paying reparations. You're repairing something. I've been reading these definitions.
By tax. Yeah, you
Hold
pay.
on.
Go ahead.
Well, let's get through it, because we're gonna have to get through this right here, because I need to know if we're talking about reparations. I think I stumbled on something. Yeah, I think I did. Hold on.
When Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, the U.S. President was made subservient to the King of England. The 13th Amendment is called the Title of Nobility Amendment and forbids U.S. presidents and their officials from using royal titles like king or prince or baron. For some mysterious reason, the 13th Amendment, which was ratified in 1810, no longer appears on current copies of the Constitution. America's blood-soaked War of Independence against the British bankrupted America and turned its citizens into permanent debt slaves of the king. In the War of 1812, the British torched and burned to the ground the White House and all U.S. government buildings and destroyed ratification records of the U.S. Constitution. 1 century later, a corrupt U.S. Congress committed the biggest theft in world history. They passed Paul Warburg's Federal Reserve Act in 1913, handing over America's gold and silver reserves and total.
Okay. So we got an issue here. So so let's talk about it then.
Mhm.
So if they're paying reparations, right? You said a tax, correct? You said a tax.
Yeah, they're paying reparation tax because they're of their indigenous their um insurance claim. Okay, so
Okay, so
uh
real quick, Nutty. So okay, let's say I do a chapter 7 or a chapter 11 bankrupt. I do a chapter bankruptcy. So that would be considered a form of bankruptcy, right? And they got to pay their creditors. Is that what something like that?
who the colonies, right?
Yeah, the colony.
No, they owe. They gotta pay for the indentured servitude. They gotta pay. Okay, so when they was coming across the waters, bro, from England, Britain, they was declared dead at sea. They redid an insurance policy on them.
Okay, yeah, for sure, for
Right.
sure.
They had did
Insurance.
a second policy. The second policy is what they put on them when they touch land.
Okay, so if that's the case, so that means that there was some type of collision or injury or accident of some sort, and the British
Yeah, but
Crown lost their collateral, and they needed to be paid out on that policy, right?
The Berbers and the Ottomans was snatching their motherfucking asses up.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
what that's the real slave trade that they're not talking about. That's where the
Okay, but
debt
I want
came
to.
in. It
I
came in
want.
behind them. Remember the woman just said, um, after the United States, they burned down the United States, whoop, 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 wop, wop, wop. A month later, they came with the Mark Wahlberg Federal Reserve and took America gold and silver reserve, not the United States. United States was gone. They was burnt. They done burnt their ass up because they trying to get rid of this old policy with Morocco.
All right, don't jump ahead of me. Hold on. I know you about to jump ahead of me.
Uh,
All right, so look, under the circumstances, right? When you get to the point of this reparations, you're saying it's a tax, but you're also saying there's an insurance policy. So that means if I wreck my car and it's totaled out, they got to pay that. On top of that, if I owe any debts, then on that car, if there's any lien on that car,
yeah.
that money that needs to be paid out needs to go to that car, or what we will say that vehicle. See, let me use that term there. Now that vehicle, whatever that vehicle is, that needs to be paid off as well. Whatever liens on top of that. So if they did that, so you telling me that? Well, no, not that you're telling me. So let me get from what you're saying. They actually went in, infiltrated, or raided the gold of the Americas in order to pay off their debts, or use that as collateral, or none of the above. He must have got a call. Now, the reason I'm just going to fill in the gap. So the reason why I'm asking that question is that we're dealing with reparations.
Mic
This
check.
is
Mic.
I got you. I got you. Just hold on a quick
Okay.
sec.
Okay.
Now, what I'm saying is that I'm dealing with reparations. This is why I got the video up. They said reparations.
Yeah.
So if something is be owed, that's a tax or tax debt. You got 26 USC 6304. 26
Right.
USC is 6304, deals with the Fair Tax Collections Act, which the Inspector General of the Tax Administration mirrored with the Fair Debt Collection Practice Act. So what he's saying is that if you're here to collect something, you have to make sure you give a notice and demand. You got to give them an opportunity to respond, so on and so forth.
Okay.
So
Let me
the inspector general want to make sure that the consumer rights, and it kind of just said point blank that collection of taxes is no different than the collection of a debt or an obligation. Go ahead.
okay. Where you're seeing the reparations that's got to be paid by the so-called colonists, United States wasn't created outside of the colonists. The colonists were property of Britain by way of indentured servitude. First, they had to pay for the trip. That was the initial payment. How they got claimed dead by sea because the Berbers and the Ottomans took all of them. Now the second payment comes in when they paid the ransom.
All right, let me stop you right there. Now, I agree in parts. The reason why at that point in time they was dead at sea is because they weren't paying a debt, and this is why they had to come and create these treaties with the indigenous people in order to get protection on the seas.
Who?
The United these colonies.
They was dead at sea when they got kidnapped, bro. When the Ottomans kidnapped over 21 million of them. Yes, sir. And they end up paying for 3 million, over 3 million. They paid the ransom for over 3 million. But they still, the people that they caught up, the Ottomans still brought them over as slaves that was affiliated with the colonists, the colonies. So they still, even though Britain saying shit, these motherfuckers still owe us for the trip, first of all, even though we didn't pay the other 17, 18 million motherfuckers that y'all took, they still owe us for that first initial trip. So even if they create the United States, they still our property.
So how can they be dead at sea then if they owe?
Who? They dead at sea by the insurance company.
No.
Yes.
There got to be a captain of the ship. There's
Bro,
got to be somebody that has an interest. They're not doing that.
when I send over my product, whether it's indentured servitude or whatever, they have to pay for that initial trip. They owe for that initial trip. They don't have no money. They peasants. So to send them to America, they owe in debt for this trip. If they get captured at the sea, we claim them dead at sea so we can collect from the insurance company. But at the same time, we're gonna charge these motherfuckers for the ransom that we paid for 3.7 million of them.
Man, that's insurance fraud.
No, it's not. It's
Yes, it
not.
is.
They remember it's the crown, it's the royal crown who's holding the whole insurance and identity property, who's valuing the people as a debt. So when your ass you never paid, you can't claim insurance fraud if you got sent over on a boat and you never paid for your trip, your ticket, and you got caught up on sea, and or if you made it, either or, or you were sold as a slave in the Americas, you still owe us.
Nah.
Yes, you still our property. Man, you ain't dead. You're dead at sea. Now when you touch land again, you're identified as our property. We done paid the ransom for all these 21 million so-called people, but we only paid really 3.7 million. But they brought the other 18 million over as quote unquote slaves. We're not gonna claim that because we as Britain back in 1056 AD put out a law that all slave was illegal unless Britain got a tax off of it. So by them Ottomans slaving y'all and selling y'all as slaves over in America and we're not getting tax off of it, we can't really identify that shit. But we still can identify your first initial fucking boat trip. You owe for that. And we claiming that we paid a ransom for you. Twice. We paid twice. Now, when you get your ass over there in America, bro, you indebted to the king forever. Whatever you create in United States, that shit belong to us. Yeah, United States got to pay homage for the Treaty of Peace and Friendship because this motherfucking Moroccan motherfuckers who brought y'all punk ass over there to let y'all start some shit is really going against us. That's why we running their ass up out of here. But yeah, they can they identified you, so you owe a homage to them. You owe payments to them. But shit, we gonna come down this bitch and burn this shit down because it belongs to us. Y'all our property from jump.
I mean, insurance. If you're dealing
Insurance.
with the actual breakdown of what that is and what you just described, that's like
1666. Sister
that's
KV. That's an
that's
insurance. That's an insurance policy.
yeah, that's like me renting a that's like me renting a U-Haul and smashing that shit, getting full coverage and smashing that shit, and I need to get paid out on it. That's pretty much
Bro,
what you just described.
Britain didn't smash shit. Britain
You don't think
enter,
they was when they did the Inquisition and they started moving people up out of there? You don't really think they had people that was sitting there acting as if they was about a part of the expulsion and was sitting amongst them people?
what do you
Come on.
mean? What do you mean?
1492, the expulsion. When these people came over here, they set up these colonies, these 13 colonies, or what we say, we're just going with the narrative. These people coming over here, you really don't think that Ferdinand and all them people that actually exposed these the Moors out, or whatever you want to call them, up out of here? You really think they didn't have people watching them coming over here in these colonies?
People like who? People like who?
People like people within Ferdinand's, Ferdinand and Isabella, that kingdom ship, that crown ship. I don't know what you want to call them, but you really don't
No,
think
they had their own territories.
who was navigating them ships for them to get over here? Remember, they gave them 72 hours to get. So and they had to get on them boats and in them ships and get somewhere. Who was navigating them ships? Whose ships were they? That's all I'm saying. I know what you're saying, but you're jumping over. To me, you're jumping over
the Moors.
I don't know who they are. I don't know Moors, Sephardums. I don't know who they are.
So what they was eradicated?
These had to be people. These had to be people that was on these ships, that was actually navigating these ships, putting them on the ship and bringing them over here and taking them east, because these are the people that you got in the Netherlands. You're talking about going over that way to Scott, and then you're talking about people that actually, fled and escaped. So, but them ships had to be navigated by somebody. That's what I'm saying. Like, was it a play where they was doing this and doing that, and they was like, yeah, you get up out of here, and then you cut them off, and you just let your ship get snatched, or you just go rent a U-Haul and go smash that shit and claim the insurance on it. See what I'm saying? That's just where I'm at with it. I mean, because at the end of the day, during that time, what this is talking about, the crown needed reparations. That means they needed to be paid for something because they lost something. So that means there's an insurance policy or something that's already been in place where if they take a loss, they must be paid for it.
That was their initial trip, brother. They had to pay the people that got on those boats and went out from Britain, bro. The 21 plus million had to pay for the boat ride. They had to pay the crown. They owed the crown.
And most of these people that was leaving were nobles. These were nobility
No,
people.
no, no.
Oh, come on. No, you can't
Nah,
say no. These people that was kicked
nah.
out, these people that was kicked out had the goddamn, they had the seats.
No, 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 no.
You
Okay,
don't tell
so
me there was a coup. That wasn't no coup d'etat. That wasn't something that was actually being taking place at that time. You got royalty that was, they said that the Spanish Inquisition, or you talking about you know, what I mean, the story of the Moors is that at that point in time they was beat. And
brother
these
man,
people had the seats. So
brother
you telling me
man,
they didn't have the seats?
the Ottoman Empire was running all of Europe. About time of about time Europe actually Britain itself was a separate state. It didn't get into Europe until the Portuguese had his uprising and they identified under the church. Now they put Europe in with Britain, Britain in with Europe. You
All
catch
right.
on? All right. So
Man,
the
I'm not. No, I ain't saying all right to that. No, I'm saying all right. I hear you, but no, I ain't catching on to that. I'm thinking. I'm thinking uniform commercial code. I'm thinking uniform commercial code. I'm thinking contract law because we know that the uniform commercial code has been around for thousands of years. And in order to have insurance and how they did things, that's how you know the UCC has been around. Now, what I'm saying is this: you can't you can't dismiss the fact that the Spanish Inquisition was the expulsion and the regime change
no,
of uh,
no,
empire that was already in place. You telling me that it
no,
wasn't?
no.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear this. I want to hear this one. Now I want to hear this one.
So the Berbers and the Ottomans was separate but partly the same. They really identified as the same when it came up on a religious base. But the Berbers were really out of the what you would call Brazil or South America. These are these people, the Berbers. When they ran a land what we call now Portugal, it wasn't Portugal at that time. It was um damn I seal or something like that. It'll come to me. But d- when the Berbers had a placement in what you would call Rome today, Rome, North Africa or Northwest Africa, and into some of northern southern Europe. The Ottomans ran the Arab area, East Africa, the Asian Minor, and some of what would that be Eastern Europe. That's where the Ottomans was in. So when the Berbers was doing the majority of the transporting white people to the Americas, bro, Brazil was the creation of Portugal and Spain. That's where the creation of Portugal and Spain come from. They decided to name Portugal as that old city. Damn, it was just in my head the name of the city. It'll come to me. Ooh. But they named that city behind Portugal behind Alfonso Henriquez, which was the Queen of Brazil son that was born in the land where you call Portugal. It wasn't Portugal at the time. It turned into Portugal when Spain, the Church of Rome, identified goddamn of Alfonso Henriquez, his sovereignty from his mother from Brazil. and gave him Portugal to have a sovereign site. Now this is where you're gonna start seeing this Portugal and kicking out the Moors because they kicking out the Berbers when that Portuguese when they changed that name over to Portuguese and Alfonso, yeah, it's Alfonso. I think it's Alfonso Henriquez end up taking over that peninsula, the Portuguese peninsula, what we know today as Portuguese, and kicked out all of the Berbers out of Spain and fucking Portugal, which would have been south of South Europe, going into Europe.
All right,
The the Ottomans still was running their shit. The Ottomans still was running the Western Europe, Eastern Europe. Britain is an island. Britain in 1066 already had its own sovereignty and had outlawed slavery around the world unless Britain gets attached to it. This was the Battle of Hastings of 1066 with William the Barbarian, which renamed William the Great. He ended up taking over Britain. So when he came into decree in 1056, all the way up to 1700s, the Berbers had their own little peninsula of that Mediterranean, running that Mediterranean all the way up into the late 1700s when Britain got tired of them snatching their motherfucking white people and indigent servants coming to America, put out a slave brigade, 3 slave brigade ships because they wasn't getting paid. That was all the way to the 1786. That's when they started it. They started it in 1782, 1786 to patrol that that Mediterranean opening going into the Appalachians, bringing the motherfuckers over to the Americas, selling them off as slaves. That's when that was created. Now you get your slave shit, niggas coming out of Africa slavery right because they don't want to identify that they was losing the whole time against the Berbers, because they had already had a map plan that they was eradicating their ass up out of Europe. But it wasn't in fullness. So they don't want to, by their story of testimony, as far as their history, is going to look as, oh, we got slaves from Africa and woo, 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 woo. But in the truth of the whole fact, if you go and dissect the research on from 10 the 1000s, the 1050s, all the way up to the 1800s, you're going to see as an evident fact that Brazil was, Spain and Portuguese was created out of Brazil. And they end up going over in Europe and taking on a name because it was a high rated port that his mom in Brazil was living in. The Queen of Brazil was living at this port, what they renamed Portuguese.
All right, so before I address that,
Yep.
Somebody came up with
Big
risk. Got it on the thing. He didn't come up on the panel, but he made a comment. The Anglo-Portuguese alliance established by the 1373 treaty and solidified by the 1386 Treaty of Windsor is the world's oldest diplomatic alliance. What'd you say about that?
He said the Treaty of Yorkshire. Say it again. I was moving around.
He said the Anglo-Portuguese alliance. I think he was just commenting on that based on you talking about the Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
He said established by the 1373 treaty and solidified by the 1386 Treaty of Windsor, says the oldest active diplomatic alliance. So active is key. He says the oldest active. So something that's active today it's the oldest.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Active treaty, oldest active treaty. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. That sounds. That sounds. Um. Well, I'm gonna say, as far as the time frames we know as of our father, year of our father. I would agree with that.
Okay. All right, so let me address that. Risky said something up here. He trolled. He's on the opposition.
Who
Uh,
that?
this dude Risky, RX1. He said that your tribe still accepts shell beads for goods and services. That's funny. See, I can laugh, Risky. I can laugh, but I know one thing: you're not gonna come up here, wherever you are.
Mhm.
But I would say this. Now, I'm going to disagree with you. I would say, for instance, there's got to be something based on what you said. You're saying what was taught in school, in the universities, in colleges is wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, if that's the case, we gotta clarify this because based on the narrative, I'm going to go with the narrative. In order to get something right, I got to go with the narrative so I can dispel the narrative, and we ain't got to talk about it no more. So, based on the narrative, what we just saw right here was the fact that there was reparations paid. You said taxes, so that means something was owed. Then you pulled up insurance. So, if we're talking about taxes, insurance, there was something need to be paid on some type of injury, collision of some sort. Something was damaged. There was some damage a long time, like I mentioned in the definitions of repair. I mean, there was some dilapidation, some type of destruction, some injury that took place that need to be repaired and restored. Now, if the United States had to pay that, and they paid it through American gold and silver, what do we have here? You're talking about the Berbers, cool. And I'm gonna slow walk this, so give me a minute. I'll let you know when I'm done. But if we're talking about, because you said a lot, so I want to unpack this. So if and this is if the Berbers were involved, and we know that the Berbers when they came over here, they were slaves. I agree with you on that. Those were the ones that was being kidnapped. I agree with you on that. But if we're dealing with insurance policies, we're dealing with taxes, things that are owed, then what do the people at that time, these Berbers and these other people that you mentioned, have to do with reparations? I'm done. I gotta unpack this thing, so I'm gonna take it piece by piece.
They have to pay reparations.
The United States got to pay reparations, right?
Yes, to Britain.
So why they got to pay reparations to
Because
Britain
they
when you
owe.
saying Britain was the one that were knocking off these Berbers and people like that? Unless I heard you wrong. Why the United States got to pay for that?
Because they're the crown. They owe the crown for the initial trip, bro. They owe the crown for their initial trip. They never paid that.
Okay. Now, are you saying the people that comprise of the United States and these 13 colonies are Berbers?
No, they're British subjects.
Okay.
They was
Okay.
taken. They was took en route, taken by the Berbers. Over 21 million of them. Anglos. See this treaty that the brethren brought up that you have placed in front of you. This is right in the population of Blacamuntos, where they was embedding the Anglo essence of skin color throughout the world. They was getting rid of the Moors even in America at this time.
That's what I'm talking about. I think we're saying it a different way. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I mentioned the Spanish Inquisition. What was the Spanish Inquisition about? It was exactly what you're talking about right now.
Well, this what right here is what started it.
Okay. So these Berbers were so these Moors.
Queen Eleanor of Brazil, actually, but she ended up being Queen Eleanor of Portugal because um, Brazil was at that point in time identified as Portugal and Spain. It wasn't identified as Brazil.
All right, so these Moors that were moved out was able to take their servants with them. We ain't gonna call them slaves; they're servants, which are the Berbers.
No, the Berbers are the Moors.
Mm.
The Berbers been doing business in America, and the Berbers are Americans. They from the breed, the lineage of America. That's why the Ethiopians have a high blood relation to you. That's why the Nubians have a high blood relation to you. We're not understanding certain things, bro. That's where they come from. They are the lineage of America.
I mean, but
That's
when we see Berbers today, these people are pale skinned. They look.
man, just like you can go in South Africa and see a pale skinned South African, though.
That don't mean that's them. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right. So what? Okay. So what I'm saying is that then there's two different ones, right? And that's the thing I had showed that if you actually look at these Berbers, these Moors, there were two different types. And the ones they had flipped it, the ones that were considered to be black were the servants, and the ones that considered to be white were the ones in majority. But the ones that are white, are they actually pale skinned? And the ones that are black, are they actually melanated? This is the trick that I have a problem with. Nobody knows this is colorable title, right? Colorable title. And this is the one issue that I have right here. I mean, we know that these melanated people were running those empires up there. We know that those people are descendants of Hannibal. We know that for a fact. These are the Carthaginians, the Phoenicians, and they come from that whole, what we consider in the Bible, that Hamitic stock.
Well, you know they identified the Americans as the Phoenicians also. Um,
Exactly. Now that's a whole nother bag. No, we ain't doing that one. That's a whole nother bag. That's a whole nother bag.
we've been in the Americans has been dealing with the world and populating the world. When you get the split in Spain and Brazil and Portugal, it was already that. They just split the land and then named it Brazil, but still kept it in s- a split. But the split comes from the Aztecs when the Aztecs intercepted. That's where you're gonna get your whole identification of this Spaniard identity. Is
Was
when
it the
the Az
Aztecs or was it the Aztecs or the Incas?
It was the Aztecs. The
Okay.
Aztecs was the first foreigners in America.
Yeah, the Aztecs, yeah, they was on the ass end. Yeah, I got
And
you.
they was who brought the Spaniard, allowed the Spaniard Inquisition to take place on the land. They was placed on the land to identify with the land, multiply in the land, learn the land. That way, when the Spaniard identity come in, they can go against the Incas, kill off the Incas.
No.
Yes.
Now I would say, no, I ain't saying no. I'm saying now, so when you, but these Spaniards at that time, so them being Spaniards, we have that connection with, King Charles V. We have that connection with the Incas, and Inca is a form of chief. Yeah, it's a form of a chief. Inca is the title. So if what we're dealing with, right? So I want to bring us back to reparations. Now,
Okay.
if the United States was to owe the British Crown reparations on taxes and insurance and losses, and it's documented and it can be verified, couldn't that be applied in other places? I'm gonna keep it soft. I'm gonna tread lightly.
What do you mean?
Could reparations be applied across the board if you could make that claim? That same claim, what we're saying, what we just saw right here, that the United States owed reparations to the Crown, couldn't that same claim be made across the board if you have evidence of that?
You got to have a representation first to put a claim.
True. Yep, you do.
And you can't be represented by a foreigner and think you're going to claim something from that foreigner. It's not going to
Okay.
happen.
So let's say everything's in place. Everything's in place. That's a yeah, then. That's a yeah. So we don't have to deal with all those extras. Let's just say whatever entity out there wants reparations. They have to bring a claim, and it has to be solid, foundational in its nature. It has to be foundational in its nature. And it cannot be just somebody just floating around some other
Got to
type
be
of.
affiliated. And the only documents that's possibly affiliated with this land that predates the Anglo's identification is going to be in some Moorish or a Moorish transcript or a Moorish proclamation.
Okay.
It's just the way it is. I can't.
Yeah, that is the way it is.
Yeah,
That is the way it is. Yeah, you can't get around that.
you can't get around it.
Yeah, you can't get around
So
it.
the Moors are on a the Moors the Moors of America are not standing on their own identity. They're registered under the identity of the government. So they're going to be claimed and defined under such authority.
Okay, so let me do that, right? Let me let me attack that. What you just said, right? So I'm glad you said that. If okay, we have the United States of America. You got the Moorish Science Temple of America. Where's the allegiance paid to? Right? Because what they say, and trust me, I got a lot of Moorish partners. They gonna be like, what? Huh? Wait, what you talking about? I mean, but they very noble and not sensitive. So if you got the United States of America, you got the Moorish Science Temple of America, then who is the allegiance to be paid to? America. So you can't. But what people are doing at this point in time and this is just where the politely constructive ignorance is going in, is that you're actually saying that the United States is America. That's why I said I'm glad you said that. If you're talking about the Morris Sign Temple of America, then you're saying that you owe allegiance to America, not to the United States.
Okay, a good argument, and I hate to shut it down. But when you identifying America, it's only by way of the United States.
Yeah, if you're registered with them.
No. Understand
In
what I'm
order to
saying.
get to America, no. In order to get to America, you got to come through the United States. That's the only way you can get to America. You can
The
come through the United
definition.
States. In order to get to this land, you have to be naturalized in order to set foot on American soil. That's a fact.
No, see, hold on. Yeah, but see, the soil itself is not named America. It's. Oh my goodness! How can I get
I
this
know.
to
I
my
just
brother?
got you with a gut. Ooh,
No,
I
no,
hit
no,
you
no,
with,
no.
I hit you with that
I'm
one.
trying.
Look.
I'm
Now I
trying
want
to.
you to. I want you to think. I'm just trying to get you to think outside, because you're pretty much matter of fact. It's this way. But what I'm saying is, I mean, there's a lot of layers to this shit. But go ahead.
America definition is determined and defined by way of the United States. No other way. So, by an individual identifying to the term, it's still in recognition as United States because that's who created the identity of the geographical border.
Okay, so but that, and we've had these conversations. We heard a lot of people say when they think about America, they think about United States. United States is synonymous with America. You think the United States, you think America. That is synonymous. Everybody, this is where we have the trickle down effect, right? Of how we got so far away from the organic thing that was created during that time. Even the Continental Congress, even before that, the 13 colonies and the treaties with the British Crown and those people over there. We got so far away that now at this point in time, United States and America are synonymous when they are not. They are not synonymous. So if you're talking about you're something of America, that means that you went through a 501c3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or whatever you're doing, 508c1a, so on and so forth. It don't even matter what it is. It must function within the United States of some form of fashion, of recognition or whatever, to operate on this soil, period. What you're saying is that based on what you're doing, you're operating a different type of way. You see what I'm saying? And you ain't to be taxed. That's the only thing. You're saying you're taxed, you're saying you're not taxed. That's all I'm saying.
You have the United States of Mexico. You have the United States of America. The United States in itself is what represent America, South America, North America, and Central America. It identifies those three geological identities as America. No other identification under a doctrine will be accepted pre-United States.
Okay. But what I'm saying, I hear
Cause
you,
see,
Nanya.
cause you remember,
Nanya is confusing me.
hold
She's confusing
on.
me.
Let me tell you.
Oh, you just right.
You have all your old um um cathedral governing systems, right, identified this land as the Newfoundland, the new land, or what was the other one? Damn.
See, this is where we forget our fundamentals here. We got to stick to the fundamentals. Fundamentals is that they recognize the fact that the original copper colored Aboriginal people are the Americans. That means that before the Europeans got here, America has been America and Americans were Americans. That's what they know. We cannot keep trying to remix it
I
as
don't know.
if it's something different, and it's not. That's all I'm saying.
The
The United States
indigenous,
of America, the United States of America
bro.
is exactly what that means. The United States.
Before the
of America.
United States, bro. Before the United States, what country identified this place as America, bro?
Man, it ain't about what they identified it as. It's about when
That's
they came over there and
this
they
is
asked
what
them
I'm
who you are. Who
this is
are
what I'm
you?
telling you. Define. So right now, today, you don't have no Anglos identifying as no other instance but Americans. Them the only people. Anglos. They don't represent Irish American or European American. None of that. They represent American. The only American. Only. Everyone else is a subtitle or an ad title, or what would it be? What would that be? A addition, ad hominem to the American, or something of that sort, right? As in calling them something different than just American. Even to the indigenous people, the indigenous people of America,
Okay.
they're not Americans. Americans came in with the United States, brother.
All right, look at the screen. Oh, what is of? Let me read this to you.
I know what that means, bro.
Okay, in United States of America, the word of signifies a union or possession, connecting the collective entity to the continent, emphasizing that it's a nation formed from and belonging to the landmass. That doesn't mean the United States is America. That means that it is a transmitting or vehicle of America. It belongs
Okay,
to America.
let me show you something. So the original scripts of the original Moors, it would have been stated Amaruka, right? It wouldn't have been America. It would have had something different, a government predating United States. It wouldn't have been
Okay.
America. America
Okay.
comes in when the United States comes in. That's
Okay.
when America is identified.
Okay. Now you're playing semantics with me.
No, I'm telling you the truth.
We all know that vowels are interchangeable, depending on what language you come from, how you talk. People, I mean, you listen to some of these guys say scrape. They say scrape. I say straight. They say straight with a K. I say straight with a T. People say soda. I say certain people say pop. It's just the label as it is. I say modern. Some people
Not
say
Amaruka, but
modern.
Amaru. Amaru. Not Amaruka, but Amaru.
I know, but what I'm saying is that based on where we're at, North America is very large. It's about where we at. That's why I say yesterday. It ain't from where you from or where you at. It's where you at. What I say is it the other way around. It ain't where you at, it's where you're from. This is what I'm talking about. It's like these words of what people are saying. How do we know one to be true or the other? America, Amaruka is how you say it. America, Amaruka,
Amaru. It's Amaru.
America. You know what I'm saying? The people say it all different type of ways. It's a way to confuse. It's always been a way to confuse us, so that way we don't know what our left from our right is. That's all I'm saying, Nadi. The
And all
United
I'm
States
saying,
and America is two different. Is the United States and America are two different entities. Period.
two different
That's
entities. I'm not arguing with the two different entity part. Can't y'all know where my argument stands?
okay.
The identity of both entities falls under the United States definition. America alone doesn't have a definition for itself. It doesn't. It doesn't have a script. It doesn't have a. It's only identified and defined through the United States. So right now, they can go and Trump can go and take Greenland and say, "Yo, this is America now," because the United States owns it, and we don't attached it to America. Hawaii is America now. Alaska is America now. Canada is America now. Mexico is America now.
I mean,
Panama is America now. South America, Brazil is South America. It's still America. It's America. We're claiming America. United States walking around here claiming all things America. So they can have control by way of the definition. Who's defining it? Me. So who has all right? Me. Because why? Everyone is using my definition. I control the definition.
now,
That's
now,
why I can go over in Argentina, not Argentina. Yeah, Argentina shut them down. Or I can go over into Venezuela and take all their oil.
now is that see? But here's the thing. Now, this is what I'm hearing, and you can correct me on this.
Yeah,
It sounded like you're saying that what Trump is doing it within the United States or something like that. But you're saying this is America. But we know these places are America. All these
right.
places are attached to America.
Mhm.
So I mean, but what does that have to do with deal with the United States? What I say is that the United States and what Trump is doing, I'm on the outside looking in, is that he's doing what the United States was put in place to do. To make
Take
sure they
over.
handle our foreign affairs and make sure that anybody that is foreign that's occupying these places for the detriment of America, which we are the ones that he say repeatedly over and over again, is that we fund all of them. We're paying for everything. We're protecting them. We're paying. We're supplying them products. Everything they can get is from us. We don't need them.
We, United States, okay, remember we had this conversation yesterday, bro.
Uh-huh.
Pretty, forgive me for that.
You good.
Conversation yesterday was on when Hitler came in and did that World War II. He took over all motherfucking identifications of any territory outside of the United States. It was his shit. Soviet Union, goddamn Europe, goddamn Japan, goddamn China, goddamn Australia, goddamn Sri Lanka, the India. All this shit belonged to Hitler. For it to be re-identified, because now they're exiled out of their government is exiled. It's a takeover. So for us to re-identify them, we have to re-identify them in a de facto state. So we're gonna create tariffs, the Atlantic Agreement. And when we create these locations and identifications and names and put them where we already done named them and replace it, it all belongs to us. Because we define the identity. This is why every country in the world has their CPN registered in the United States for national identity. Every nation.
All right. So look. Hey, Copper, you back? Draco, what's up? Amarindian Copper Goddess. Better late than never.
Yeah. Big up, big up, big up, big up.
Yeah. All right. So look, let me share this real quick
All right.
because I went over this yesterday. I went over this yesterday. Right here. 26 USC code, which is the Internal Revenue Code. It's deal with taxes and the Internal Revenue agents, right? This is what it says, and this is definitions. We're going to slow walk this. Wages means all remuneration, other than fees paid to a public official or services performed by employee for his employer, including the cash value. Okay, let's go to employee. For the purpose of this chat, employee includes an officer, employee, or elected official of the United States, a state, or any political subdivision thereof, or the District of Columbia. Now, people don't know what that means. That means an officer, employee, or elected official of the United States, a state, California, or any political subdivision, the Department of Social Services, Health and Human Services, Department of Child Support Services, or any other type of services that you think you have that is considered to be a department of, or the District of Columbia. So what we're talking about, or means that all of these can be considered one and the same, or any agency or instrumentality of any one or more of the foregoing.
So which one of these would identify a citizen?
All of them.
Okay. Which one of these would identify the average you and me that's not affiliated in these corporations, entities that are government?
None of them. None of them.
Yep. Let me go back. Go back.
No, none of them.
Yes, please. Go back. Here we go.
Uh-huh.
Hold up, where it is. Okay.
Let me back up.
Include. No. Where you went to
want me to stay
employee?
there?
Employee.
Mm-hmm.
Includes an officer, comma, employee, comma, or elected official of the United States. Listen to the employee. The employee is the Social Security number holder.
Mm. So is that Social Security number me, though? Is it me?
You're accessing it in fraud. They tell you from jump, don't distribute this to nobody so you don't get caught the fuck up and identified as an employee. They tell you, they give you warnings, but we don't listen. They tell us it's illegal to give this to anyone and for anyone to ask you for this, but we still do it. So we're acquiescing contractually with the point of fraud written all over our forehead. God damn. Fuck I see it. But I feel you though, big bro. I never been against you. I just always wanted you to see the fine print. And this has always been my sight. And when you start to see these symbols, now you start to be like, oh shit. You start to rethink, retract, figure out another way how to access shit.
All right. So now, because you said that,
That's what the SS4 is for. You killing off that straw man. You killing off the social security number. You're not using that account. Don't ever use that. If you don't use that account number, it never is never operated. use the EIN of your estate. Work out of your estate. Whether you want it to be domestic, that's your business, because now it can still be regulated under the United States. But I choose to be a foreign registry doing corporation with the United States, where I don't fall up under the regulations. I fall up under the um um Steve. Damn, is Steve? Is it the Steve doll? No, not Steve Dog, but the what's his name, bro?
I don't
That
know.
that act that came up before Obama got out of there. The little chichi man, that was in New York. Dodge Frank, Dodd Frank.
Oh, you
What
talking
is it?
about Frank Act?
Yeah, the Dodd Frank Act. Yep. Where the United States don't regulate an individual when they're working out of their family office, especially if it's foreign. It's got to be foreign for them not to regulate United States, not to have any regulation. If you look up your United States citizens and look up A through H, bro, it tells you shit. Yeah, you operate your own estate, but any you got any member or anyone in your estate working that's affiliated with the United States, your shit is corrupt. Now the United States can come in there and take over because you got one of their fucking blood entities involved in your private shit. It tells you that in the definitions. I done read through that shit so much, bro. My eyes start to hurt. These definitions, bro. There's some powerful shit behind this shit. But when we take our time and go look up these different definitions, what they identify as shit, you'll see you don't want to be part of this. None of that. No this, no that.
All right, so now we're gonna come back here. So we're gonna read this again. So right here it says wages means all remuneration for services performed by an employee for his employer. So remuneration is another word for payment. So what is an employer? Employer is the person for whom the individual performs or performed the services does not have control of the payment of the wages for such services. The term employer means the person having control of the payment of such wages. Now, let me bring this down.
What's minimum wage?
Let me bring this down. Let me bring this down. Let me bring it. Hold on.
Who writes the minimum wage?
But here's what I'm saying. Right? Here's what I'm saying. This is where the voluntary part comes in. Right? So employer means the person to whom an individual performs or performed any service of whatever nature as the employee of such person. So we know that an employee is the public official. We know that an employee has the definition. You saw the definition. The employer means the person from whom an individual performs or performed any service or whatever nature as the employee of such person. So this individual is the employee. That employee is who is the public official. Now we could manipulate it. This is what I'm saying. So you telling me that this SS5 created such nature of what you're talking about. But is that SS5 or that application and that entity that was created under that SS5 me? See, this is what I'm saying. People don't ask. I'm gonna ask a question. You're gonna have to make that make sense. Are you telling me that is me? And I did not have anything to do with that. I can actually tell them I did not create that social security number. I was in diapers.
You did it.
Okay, so why is it me then? Why am I liable for that?
Did you use it?
Did I use it?
Yeah.
No, I didn't use it.
You didn't never give it to nobody, not for no driver's license, not for no light bill, not for nothing.
They asked for it.
No. I said, did you use it,
They didn't ask.
bro?
Hold on, let me correct myself. They
God.
didn't ask for it. They said that I couldn't get it if I didn't provide it.
Did you use it,
They said, "Do you have a social security number?"
bro? You have a choice to use it or not.
Oh, come on, man.
Yes, you have a choice,
You can't
bro.
give them
You could
out. Not you
listen,
giving them out, man. You can't give them
bro,
out.
bro, bro,
You
bro,
give them
bro.
out.
Bro, you can put a EIN or a TIN on it. You can put 0000000 on it. You chose to use that social security number. You did. They
No, I
didn't
did
make
not.
you.
No, I did
Oh
not.
my goodness, bro.
Hey, look.
This shit
Hey,
crazy.
you know better, you do better. Look, you know better, you do better. I mean, at that time, do you have a social security number? My parents told me I got a social
Ah.
security number. Here's your social security card. This is here. And they said, "Do you have a social security card, a number?" I said, "Yeah, I got one." They said, "Well, yeah, I need that. In order for you to get this, we need
Uh-huh.
that."
And
Okay,
what you
so what do
did?
you need it for? We need it for identification purposes. That's what they used
Uh-huh.
to tell me. I used to
Uh-huh.
ask questions. Let me tell
Mhm.
you, asshole is my middle name.
Okay.
Can't nobody tell me shit. Like
Okay.
you need to tell me why I need to provide you this.
Uh-huh.
So if they tell me in order for you to get this car, in order
Uh-huh.
for you to get this loan, in order for
Mhm.
you to get this credit card, in order for
Uh-huh.
you to do this and that and that and this, and like this brother said in the beginning, you need to provide me this in order to live in this bitch. Then
Uh-huh.
I'm saying, okay, well, shit, all right, I'm gonna take your word for it. You see what I'm saying? What they got to do with me? But what does that have to do with me? You see what I'm saying? You're
Listen to what
telling me that this.
listen.
You telling me that this. You telling me that this. You telling me that
Listen.
the Social Security number.
Listen. Let me
You
ask
telling me
you.
that the Social Security number is
Aton.
me. You
Let
can't
me
tell me that that piece of
Aton.
paper is
Let
me.
me
That's
ask you.
not
Let me
me.
ask you, Aton.
Go ahead.
You said they asked you is for identification purposes to identify the name to the number to you. They need that. That's what they need it for.
Right.
Does their application supersede the law?
Does their application supersede the law? No.
The law is that no one should ask you for that, where it's against the law to ask you for that.
Yeah, no one should be compelled.
All right. That's your choice when you volunteer it, bro.
How do I know I'm volunteering? They ain't telling me I'm volunteering. They telling
You
me I
you
got to give it. Look,
you are breaking the
I
law,
experimented with this shit plenty of times. I told them I'm
bro.
not giving you my social.
You're
They said,
breaking
well,
the
if you
law.
don't give us your social, you can't get this. I didn't volunteer nothing. That's coercion. This is what this brother is saying. What they're doing is coercion.
Okay. Do you know that case? I think it just went in the Supreme Court. It's called um.
Big dog. What up, man? Big dog.
I'm trying to figure out the name of this new case that just went into law where the woman got a passport without a social security number. Look that up right quick. In
No,
the dis
I know what you're talking about. Yep, I read it.
All right.
I read it. And
No,
she used Christian doctrine for that though.
yeah, ecclesiastical. That's the beginning. That's predating law, all law. So
Yeah,
that's the first law. You use that law in representation of common law.
but the one thing is that she actually didn't have a birth certificate. She said I was never given a birth certificate. See, that's the difference.
No,
You
well,
read it, she did not have a birth
yeah,
certificate.
she did. It was just in a different name.
Well, she didn't have one. She's saying it was. I did not have a birth certificate. So this is what I'm
That's what
talking
she
about.
claimed. That's what she
She
claimed.
didn't create it, but was
Yeah.
she? But was she?
Yes, she did, bro. Listen, the whole
What was
case,
she?
she kept calling herself a citizen.
But
I read through the whole case.
I'm
Listen,
making look. But she knows she's a citizen. But what she's saying is that I did not have a birth certificate because I did not create it. Meeting of the minds, right? It got to be a meeting of the minds. Just like a Social Security any application that you fill out, if you was not a party to that application, then it's not yours.
if you read the case, she came in representing two different names. Baby Marie or some shit like that was her organic name. She did identify the citizen name born in Virginia with a birth certificate in so and so so and so.
Right.
She state that so she's using two names. So she's claiming to get a passport without the social security number, which was granted to her.
Uh-huh.
But that's not a phenomenal case where it's gonna be doctrine all around the United States that the social security number is not valid or not for operation because the district she was in.
Okay. But what
She was,
I'm but what like you're actually making my point. Like this is what I'm saying. We agree, but I think it's just two sides of the spectrum. I would say that, but my point is the point she's making. Yeah, she is a citizen, and probably she is because she's, Caucasian, some type of European Caucasian or whatever. So she is under the circumstances, but she's saying that those instruments do not belong to me because I did not create them.
it don't belong to the organic her, which is
That's what
baby
is it?
Marie.
That's what I'm saying. But okay, so let's put that on pause. Mary Indian Cabagata, she has something she wanted to give me to put up here. Let me see. Hold on real quick. See what you got going on up here.
The land, the ones who created the United States of America, most of them are known from the Continental Congress. They were melanated people. Those Moors created the United States of America. And once again, and I said Moors, who were from another land. They didn't claim, oh, I'm with Britain or I'm with Morocco or anything. They didn't want any parts of that because all of that had to do with some kind of blood lineage or royalty. They didn't want that. This is why they didn't claim any of that, but they were Moors. So they came into the Americas and they created this United States of America. And what they did was kick Britain out. This is where the Revolutionary War comes in. Well, why were they kicking Britain out? Because Britain was doing all kind of treachery, all kind of disrespectful things. And you can find it when you read the Declaration of Independence. They're telling you exactly what Britain was doing. They were being treacherous. They were being unfair in the way they were trying to rule the land. So these Moors were like, Britain, you got to go. You're out. We're kicking you out. And the Revolutionary War came about. Well, why was Britain so upset about that? Well, first of all, they had created all these territories, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and all these other states in Georgia, all in between here. And that's where their money was coming from. Britain was making bank. These were companies, these were corporations. So you got to understand what Britain had done when they came into the Americas. They created these countries, the Virginia Company being one of the first ones in the 1600s. But that Virginia Company was nothing more than a company, and y'all know of it as the state of Virginia today. Well, what was the deal with this Virginia Company? They're making all this money, and then here come these Moors talking about you got to leave. Well, they were doing a hostile takeover. And so when we start talking about you stopping my money, well, we got a problem. That's why there was the Revolutionary War. UNA. You had Moors from.
Are you gonna come up here? Copper Goddess, you gonna come up here? Yay? Nay? Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something real quick. Slavery was something that was a part of business. So Southern politicians frequently pointed out that the slavery in Greece and Rome was based on social status, not on color. They also called attention to the fact that the slavery in the Bible was not Negro slavery.
Okay.
Uh,
What
I'm just
territory you identifying as Rome when you read this script?
I don't I identify Rome as what history say Rome is.
Okay, and you know that would be predominantly white.
But the function.
But the function when identify with this statement, if the place of Rome is identified as a predominantly Anglo lineage
Okay.
from Greece all the way to Rome.
Okay.
So
But what
that
I'm
statement,
what I'm saying is that the first pope was Pope Sylvester, right? We're saying that the popes, the Vatican, and all these things that was created pretty much came from the Carthaginian Phoenician Empire. They created all these different empires.
Yeah, well.
So they couldn't be white. They couldn't be white. What you consider to be white, they couldn't have been. They couldn't have been.
The Cadians is really what built the foundation of empire.
Okay, and who are Acadians?
That's gonna be where your original script is identified as speaking in proper law. If you can speak Arcadian, you actually defeat all law.
Okay. Now, what I'm saying is that the Punic Wars, Carthaginians, Phoenicians, these are in the BCs. At the same time, you had running parallel. You had the council, or not? You had these councils going on. The Council of Nicaea. You had all these different councils going on in Asia Minor. So you had all these different things going on at one time. But during that time, Hannibal and his family, like what they had, that empire at that time controlled all of Asia, western to the east, and they controlled the interior of what we know as Africa today. Had it all. I mean, what happened was that Hannibal, this is what, now this is just me saying, I'm not saying this is that absolute, but what I'm saying is when Hannibal, the last Hannibal, came into place, when he lost, when he just kind of stressed the whole military out, and then he kind of left some doors open for them, all these satellite offices end up starting to branch out and creating their own, based on the fact that the whole empire was then being bankrupt, in the sense that, based on the moves that he made, that was wrong. So all these things that was happening at that time, you're talking about the Etruscans, you're talking about you're talking about the Goths, the Visigoths, the Ostrogoths, the Anglo-Saxon Huns. You had what's his name, Genghis Khan. You had all these different people and nations and things like that that started being split off for the fact that he then lost control. So everybody else started creating their own thing, and this is where the last stronghold for that little piece that they had was what you consider to be the Moors. Those Moors actually come from Hannibal. They are descendants of the Phoenicians. Now, I just wanted to pull this last thing up that Ameridian sent me. It says that America was derived from ancient mountain of Amerique and the city of Americopan in Central America, rather than from the explorer and geographer. Okay, yeah, we got that. Speaking before the National Geographic and Historical Society of Guatemala. Dr. Sotohall said that the name Americopan, given to a city near the fabulous El Dorado, meant in the Mayan language the principal city in America. The Mayan suffix pan, meaning principal city. The Guatemalan historian cited the researches of Julius Marcau, a 16th century historian, support his thesis. He quoted Marcau as establishing that the name given to the New World was derived from the Amerique Mountains in Nicaragua and the city of Maricopan, referred to in the legends of the Mayans, in which the country is mentioned as America. Now, here's the thing, Ameridian, is that that there's an El Dorado in California. El Dorado means gold. Dorado, how they say it, means gold. Under the circumstances, we don't know whether it started in Central America, where is Central America, and what we consider to be starting from. These places have been moved around a little bit, so we don't know exactly where they are, but some of those places that they're actually mentioning have more teeth in North America than they do in what you consider to be Central and South America, because Central America was actually a part of North America. It was North America and it was South America. Central America is a political structure, and to create some type of neutral boundary to put people that they needed to be in a form of a plantation. That's why Central America, you pretty much don't see a lot of melanated people in those areas. You see a lot of chinos and whatever you want to call them at that time. So
look up, see what kind of information you can pull up on AKKADA I mean Adian, Akkadian slash slash Mesopotamian law. Put that slash Mesopotamian law 700 BC.
Yep. All right. And yeah, I see you at Meridian. Yep. There's a place out in Northern California, out here in Sacramento, in our area. It's called Del Oro. Right. So we have a lot of these places here in Sacramento. Yeah. You said Akkadian and what?
Mesopotamian law slash Mesopotamian law.
Mesopotamian law.
700 BC, 700, 800 BC.
Ooh. All right, let's see what we got here. Do you want me to you don't want to mess with this, right?
What's that?
You want this overview or what you want?
Yeah, we can read what's interesting.
Okay, so this is connected to the Code of Hammurabi. Okay, these laws were characterized by harsh punishments.
Such codes. That Code of Hammurabi didn't come around until the 1700s, I think.
Okay, so we have Assyrian dominance, severe penalties, social hierarchy, family and property, legal process. Is this where we at?
Yeah. Or even go down a little bit. What's that say? No, Arcadian period.
Yeah, the insurance
code. Yeah, was much earlier, 20th century BC, but its language is legal principles like lex filialis, heavily influenced in the later Babylon of Assyrian code. The language of the Akkadians, that's what I was trying to tell you. Even if you can speak that language, study on and speak that language of the Akkadians, that's the supreme language of law. If you can write and read in Akkadian, and write and read and speak in Akkadian, you beat the game.
Right. So, right. And this is where you get into the Fourth Reich of the Rich, where they talk about the Hammurabi codes basically created the Uniform Commercial Code. So, the way Uniform Commercial Code is supreme law of the world at this point in time, where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
So you're dealing with taxation, contracts, so on and so forth. And pretty much these things that you're mentioning right now in this, not you're mentioning, but what this is supposed to be talking about is actually what we're dealing with today. Social hierarchy, family and property, legal process.
Yep.
Yeah, we pretty much in that line right there. So what we're dealing with is
they give us that Phoenician.
Sounds like we at the end of that.
Yeah,
it ain't got so bad. So okay, so let's break this down. All right, let's break this down. I like this. Outside of Assyrian dominance, okay, severe penalties. Unlike earlier, more restorative laws, this period saw widespread use of corporal punishment, mutilation, forced labor, and death for crimes like theft, sexual offenses, and murder. Social hierarchy. The legal system remained heavily stratified with different penalties applied based on status. the elite, free citizens, and slaves. Family and property. The law was heavily focused on property rights, contract, and the patriarchal family structure, where women had fewer rights than in earlier periods, although they could sometimes own property or initiate divorce. Now, this is where the Hague Convention comes in. I know y'all, a lot of y'all don't like the Hague, but if you don't know, the Hague was put in place to protect women and children. All right. Okay, so legal process. Justice was administered by judges and elders, often using oaths, witnesses, and written evidence with a strong belief that God's punished false oaths. Now, here, this is why we got a problem right here, Nadi. This is why I think everything is going down now. Because we can get past these three things, because people, you can actually administer your own justice in your own house. But this is what we're dealing with right now. This is the foundation of Christianity. A lot of people don't know, because it's a patriarchal system. And on top of that, right, the legal process. See, this is a republic. If you're looking at what I just read, this is considered to be the foundation of what a republic is. And
I know.
no, not you. I'm just talking to the chat or anybody that might be listening later. This is a republic. But what we have right here is this last pit, because you see why legal process is the end, is because if you can't get these things prior, you got to come to court and you got to have justice administered, whatever needs to be done. And we don't have that. So I understand, Nadi, what you're saying. But at the end of the day, we are supposed to get justice from somewhere, regardless of what situation or what space they might have us in. There has to be justice. There has to be equity somewhere. We can't. It can't be lawful if we don't have that. There's going to be lawlessness, and at the end of the day, it's too much shit going on. And I ain't no soapbox type of cat. You know, everybody do what they do. Don't hate the player, hate the game. That's my structure. At the end of the day, don't be mad at it if you ain't figured it out and you can't make it happen for yourself. I'm with that too. At the end of the day, I want to congratulate. You get it done, however by means, hook or crook or whatever might happen, get it done. But as long as you don't trespass upon me, that's my thing. You see what I'm saying? But that's good shit right there. I'm with that. Hey, we man, now that we knocked it down. Hey, everybody, y'all came up here, y'all did your thing. I appreciate y'all, but y'all didn't hit the chat. Hey, look, you gotta hit the chat. None of you gotta hit the chat. I mean, hit the panel one time, say hi, and then say bye. That's it. That's all you gotta do. And ask me a question and then bounce. American Indian, same thing. Gotta come up here, gotta holler at me. You know what I'm saying? Come on up here, say what's happening. Everybody else, OG, anybody else in the chat, just come up here and holler at your boy. We straight. Drop down if you ain't trying to hang out, chill. You can actually sit on the panel, not say nothing, get your shit in, whatever you need. Bring a question, whatever, so we can get some clarity. Now, at the end of the day, I didn't went over my man. It's 4 hours.
Yeah,
Go
let
ahead.
me get this little piece.
Give me your parting words, because we out of here.
So your premise on there needs to be a remedy. What remedy are you accessing? The remedy that they created again, so you don't have your own schedule fee schedule. You don't have your own schedule, right? So if you don't create your own schedule, you can't possibly think that you're gonna find a remedy within their platform playing as their player. It's not happening. So that's my little
Okay,
ending
wait.
word. Go ahead.
You gotta say that again, Naughty. You kind of slid that one up under me. Hold on, man.
Nah, you say you ready to go, goddamn.
Nah, hell nah. Hell nah.
Hey, boy, the judge, they'll look at me like that, like, God damn, what the fuck did he just say? Damn, I caught that shit, but I didn't catch that shit. Do that again.
Yeah, do that one again. Now, hell no. I was texting. I was trying to get my other shit. I thought you was gonna get some parting words. You try to just kick a nigga in his knees and shit while you out here. Hell no. I'm over here trying to get my exit music on, and I'm texting and the thingamajig. Nah, go ahead, do that again. Nah, do that one again. I ain't hear you.
Shit.
I ain't hear you.
We'll talk about it some other time, Mike.
Hell no,
Close
man.
up the show.
No. Nah, man, you can't do that.
This was
Can't
a
do that.
good bill, It's 8:30 on my side of town.
I wasn't even going. I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna even push back. I just want to hear you out. That's it. And I want to take it so I can deposit it, and then go over to the we bring it back on the next one.
All right. So when you claim remedy, and you're claiming remedy through their platform, you don't have your own schedule created. If you don't have your own schedule created and you're claiming remedy through their platform as their player, you must be mad to think you're going to receive something because they have ways of diverting their own employees.
Okay. All right, for sure. All right, I got you on that, but we'll circle back on that. We'll circle back on that. Yeah, we definitely will. All right, so anybody else want to come up and just give me your critique, what you want, questions, we could do that.
Oh, someone said drop the link. Oh, right
Yeah,
there.
I dropped it. Yeah, that's Nate. Yeah. Because I'm gonna throw this little exit music up here. Well, let me do a couple more little video. I think I had some other stuff up here. We'll just run these for a second and give y'all some time to come up. No, let's go here. Hold on, let me do this first. Man, this shit's so goddamn. Hold on. This shit's so dang on tedious, man.
That black woman said, all these companies around here. Y'all niggas employees for all these goddamn companies.
10 years, people have been looking at our fake news and listening to our fake commentary.
And they accept it for the truth. And you can do it. Stop 100 people in the street. How many of them have actually seen a missile or a satellite? They're just told they exist and they believe it.
Yeah, you're getting there. I knew you would. You didn't really believe there were all these things whizzing about up there, did you? Sputniks and rockets? Astronauts crossing their legs for 8 days.
How long has this been going on?
Since Hiroshima.
And the H-bomb, you mean, that doesn't work either?
Right. Dirty.
Very, very dirty.
What was your first reaction? Relief. Oh, yes. Yes, it has to be relief.
You say you can put out what pictures you like on television. Doesn't anybody try to stop you?
No, nobody wants to. 99.386% of the population wouldn't believe this conversation. And the rest are working for us. And they're the top minds, the really responsible people. Scare an ostrich, buries its head in the sand. You scare a hedgehog, it rolls itself up into a ball. When a woman's frightened, she goes out and buys herself a hat.
You mean you scare us so that we'll buy more, so that money moves quicker, production moves up?
We don't say scare when we talk about human beings. We say threaten them emotionally. And there are all sorts of ways, not just the big ones like the hydrogen bomb. Overcrowd them a little with bad planning. Sell them too many motor cars. Anything to keep them a little bit removed from reality. Nowadays, people don't work for money. They work for the idea of money. They don't even love for love. They love for the idea of love. They only hate for the idea of hate. It took us 5 years to find a non-addictive D, gave them nice little hallucinations. Made them talk like 3-year-olds. Throw flowers at policemen. Politicians are easy to control. The grosser mentality boys who like to be photographed getting in and out of Daimlers and Whitehall, they come right at the bottom of our organization. A few rungs up the ladder, there are the people in the top secret factories. Just those in a position to know they're making weapons that don't really work.
There must come a time when somebody wants to use one of those weapons. I mean, somebody is standing there with a finger on the button.
Well, that's the beauty of it. Nobody presses the button.
Hey, big dog, that's for you, man. These LABs, we gonna call them LABs. Just call them labs. Call them labs from now on, big dog. These labs. I know what you be saying.
Lying ass, bitch ass.
No, he be calling them law-abiding them things. I'm gonna keep my shit like PG-13 a little bit. All right, so now you want that she want that again. So let me go ahead and give her this one again.
What happened to Nate? I thought he was coming up.
Nah, he was playing with the sisters. He was like, hit the link. They ain't coming up here.
From another land, the ones who created the United States of America, most of them are known from the Continental Congress. They were melanated people. Those Moors created the United States of America. And once again, and I said M-O-O-R-S, who were from another land. They didn't claim, oh, I'm with Britain or I'm with Morocco or anything. They didn't want any parts of that because all of that had to do with some kind of blood lineage or royalty. They didn't want that. This is why they didn't claim any of that, but they were Moors. So they came into the Americas and they created this United States of America. And what they did was kick Britain out. This is where the Revolutionary War comes in. Well, why were they kicking Britain out? Because Britain was doing all kind of treachery, all kind of disrespectful things. And you can find it when you read the Declaration of Independence. They're telling you exactly what Britain was doing. They were being treacherous. They were being unfair in the way they were trying to rule the land. So these Moors were like, Britain, you got to go. You're out. We're kicking you out. And the Revolutionary War came about. Well, why was Britain so upset about that? Well, first of all, they had created all these territories, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and all these other states in Georgia, all in between here. And that's where their money was coming from. Britain was making bank. These were companies. These were corporations. So you got to understand what Britain had done when they came into the Americas. They created these countries, the Virginia Company being one of the first ones in the 1600s. But that Virginia Company was nothing more than a company, and y'all know of it as the state of Virginia today. Well, what was the deal with this Virginia Company? They're making all this money, and then here come these Moors talking about you got to leave. Well, they were doing a hostile takeover. And so when we start talking about you stopping my money, well, we got a problem. That's why there was the Revolutionary War. UNA. You had more.
Go ahead, Nani. What's going on, sister? Shining. What that bay like?
Nothing. Hello, how are you? I'm just I'm just coming up because I was challenged to come up. So.
All right. Okay, so tell me a little bit about this sister right here.
Oh, so she runs an organization called UNA, and she pretty much teaches a lot of history. I learned about her from Copper Goddess. She teaches a lot of the old American history, and she's really on top of her stuff. So I would suggest you play more from her.
Okay, let me grab. So this is the UNA Republic, right?
Right.
I just subscribed to her. Okay, I'll do that. Oh, okay, so is there anything else that needs to be addressed? I mean, I'm going to stick on what I'm going to stick on, but if you got any type of links or anything like that, just shoot them to me. You know what I mean? You got my email, right?
I have it somewhere. Is it the Infinity Styles or something?
Yeah.
I have it somewhere in my phone.
I'm gonna put it in the chat so you guys got it. So just send me something so that way I can give you guys something that you guys want to look at, and I ain't just throwing stuff out there. Okay. So she actually got some heat, huh?
Oh, she do. Yeah.
Yeah. So since she got an organization, what's her mission?
If I remember correctly, she's helping people with getting their statuses right and learning the law pretty much.
She in the Bay? She in Cali?
No, but she teaches classes. I haven't really looked too deep into it, but I do remember her doing classes on different topics.
Hey, text me that link to her page, Aton.
All right, I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna copy and paste it. Let me go to her page. Okay.
But what she said in this video you just played again, it runs in the same or adjacent to your premise on your debate with Dulcinea the other day. See what I'm saying? She said the Moors not from here. They from overseas. The United States Moors.
Mm-hmm.
And they were trying to say the Indians is who wrote that, then did that, then did that, then. Nah.
I'm put it in the back chat too. Big dog.
Salute everybody. Grand Rising.
All right now.
Salute, big dog.
Bless up, bless up, bless up.
Yeah, I was
Lion
listening. Yeah, I was listening to your live earlier today. I just figured that I could fill in the gaps, so we can kind of keep this thing rolling along. Yeah, we got to get back to our chess thing we got going on online. I ain't like how you did me, man. I ain't appreciate that. I ain't like how you did me, man. Hey, but look, I got another one for you guys. Let's see where we at here.
Aton.
Yes, sir.
You know you're the favorite Jesse Jackson.
People used to people say I favored Jesse and I favored what's his name? what's the guy's name? What's his name? The guy that funded the Freedmen's Bureau. I don't know. I said, okay. I don't know.
George Washington Carver?
No, not George Washington. What was the guy that funded?
I said Carver. Carver, the one with the peanuts.
Yeah, George Washington Carver. No, not him. Frederick Douglass.
Oh, I was going to say Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, well, I don't know. But you got to explain to me why I favor Jesse Jackson. Based on what I know about Jesse, I would not like to be favored to that.
It's probably the hairstyle.
Yeah, the hairstyle. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. Thank you, I guess. Thank you.
You just freeze everybody's bank accounts. Isn't that wonderful? Okay. So central bank digital currency. Central bank digital, the important thing to understand about central bank digital currency in an all digital financial system is it's not a currency. It's a control grid. Now, the process to implement central bank digital currency around the world is being overseen by the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland. And the Bank of International Settlements is owned by its members. The New York Fed and the Fed are both, the Board of Governors are both shareholders in the BIS. 63 of the top central banks.
If you could hear her voice is like crackling. Like she's so nervous. She don't know who in the stands. She don't know who in the vents. Ready to lay her down.
Charlie Clerker.
She's so goddamn nervous. Man, I guarantee you her legs is crossed behind that podium.
Hey, did that man say that the astronaut's legs was crossed for 8 days?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Holy fuck. There's no way.
Oh, you got that? You got that. Had them sitting up there with their legs crossed and they was trying not to pee on themselves for 8 days. That's crazy.
I don't miss shit, bro. I don't miss shit. That shit crazy. There's no way.
No way.
Are in the BIS, and they are running a process with a major partnership with the Federal Reserve to implement CBDCs in their prototyping around the world. In 2020, October 2020, there was a panel at the IMF on cross-border payments. Jay Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, was there. Augustine Carstens was there. And Augustine Carstens said the following, and I'm going to play this for you in a second. But I want you to know I was basically raised and trained to be a central banker. I was asked to be a governor of the Federal Reserve and declined. But I was raised that way. And one of the things you're raised to understand is you never, ever, you use pretzel talk. You never explain clearly what you're going to do. You talk in circles. And this was the first time I had ever seen a central banker in English explain exactly what they were planning on doing and why. And I almost fell off my chair. And if you think I almost fell off my chair, you should have seen Jay Powell's face. Okay, so here's Augustine Carstens, 57 seconds, explaining CBDCs.
All our analysis on CBDC, in particular for the use of general use, we tend to establish the equivalence with cash. And there is a huge difference there. For example, in cash, we don't know, for example, who's using a $100 bill today. We don't know who is using a 1,000 peso bill today. A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that. Those two issues are extremely important, and that makes a huge difference with respect to what cash is.
Now, the reason why I use this is because Blue balls and ruptured bladders is crazy work. I will say this. The reason why I put this up there, because a lot of us talk about that. And everything I say is going to be constructive criticism. You know, a lot of people, they into the Wall Street, they're into this crypto things, but they run from gold. They run from silver. They run from bacon, cotton, gold, silver. I know I said it twice, but I had to say it again. And they want to function in the world of fiat, something that you can't really put your hands on. It's volatile. I mean, we all know that the stock market is volatile. I mean, it's just like buying a lotto ticket. But if you create, if you're knowing the system and you're paying attention to what's going on, you should have all of your 401k, all of your IRA, all of your things being transferred into gold. It beats inflation. I mean, this lady, I wouldn't say following her, but I watch her. Anytime she got something to say, I'm listening to her. Now, you can actually see the fear in her voice. She felt the energy in there. There was so much energy on top of her, like she really couldn't get it out. So let's say, for instance, right? We all know that real estate is prime. It's something that's tangible, something you can hold, and it's immovable. A lot of people are putting stuff in there on the come, right? What we say on the come. It's like shaking dice, Russian roulette, poker, 7-card stud, 5-card draw. I mean, you're gambling. And you're actually putting your money in the hands of people that you're never going to see. This is the whole premises of what the first video I put up there. And I'm going to put it up there again. I'm going to let you guys see that again. This is something that's very important. Now, a lot of people don't move me, but this actually moved me. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Gave them the right to charge us for water and land they didn't create. We should not be paying anything for our existence on this earth. Let that sink in. Let it scrape against everything that you've been taught. Because the most insane idea humanity ever normalized is that you owe money simply for being alive. You were born here without consent on a planet you did not create, under a sky that no government ever hung, breathing air that no corporation manufactured, and somehow you start life already in debt. That's not normal. That's not moral. That is not even sane. Explain to me how land became owned. Explain how water became a bill. Explain how shelter became rent, movement became a license, and rest became something you have to earn after selling most of your waking hours. They didn't just monetize labor, they monetized survival. And the moment survival has a price tag, freedom is gone. Because if you must comply to be allowed to live, that is not choice. That is coercion, wearing a suit and calling itself civilization. And don't insult people by calling this just how the world works. That phrase is the psychological gag they stuff in your mouth before they tighten the leash. Miss enough payments and watch how fast the mask drops. They don't just take your house. They don't just shut off your utilities. They take your mobility. They take your dignity. They cage your body, all because you failed to keep up with the subscription fee for being alive. That's not order. That is a threat backed by force. Work itself is not the enemy. Contribution is natural. Humans have always built, always grown, always created, and always shared. What is evil is when contribution stops being voluntary and becomes a condition for survival. What is evil is when fear of hunger, homelessness, and medical neglect is used as the whip. And that fear is not accidental. It's engineered. It keeps you obedient, tired, and arguing with your neighbor instead of questioning the system that's draining you dry. No moral system, none, can justify charging human beings for access to the earth they were born on. If a system requires you to earn the right to exist, then that system is illegitimate at its core. And if hearing this makes you uncomfortable, good. That discomfort is the sound of a lie cracking. You're not lazy for questioning this. You're not crazy for feeling it's wrong. You're dangerous because you're starting to realize the truth. You were never meant to pay for your own existence.
All right. So one of the circumstances. So what we have right there. None of your business. You got anything you want to say on the way out? I'm tired of talking to y'all. I don't want to talk to you guys no more. You know, I don't nothing to say. I'm kind of done. I don't want to talk to you guys no more.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of done too. I'm ready to go.
I heard that.
Is class out? Is the bell gonna ring?
Yeah, the bell's gonna ring. Yeah. I mean, it was good. I'm glad you came up here. Y'all come up here and come hang out and chill for a minute. We're gonna get something because you know I gotta stay within the 190. I gotta stay within the 130, meaning the 90-minute. And I wanna open it up for us to talk a little bit. Because I could talk all day.
Well, I enjoy reasoning and building with you because it's a refreshing conversation where you have good feedback and you have good questions and you have good answers. So I really like that, and you have order. You know what I'm saying? So I like to reason with you, Bridget. So I appreciate your position on earth to be able to correlate with me a little bit. Give thanks.
Oh yeah, you already know. We gonna butt heads. We gonna battle. That's what we do. Big dog, appreciate you coming up. Appreciate you.
Yeah, shout
Appreciate
out
you supporting
Aton, Naughty, and I think that's the sister. None of your business. Much love and respect, sister.
Oh
I've been
yeah,
in the
big up.
chat for a while, man. I was listening, enjoying the conversation,
Oh,
enjoying the
okay.
information.
Cool.
You
That's
know what
what's
I
up.
mean? So I just wanted to show my respects by coming up, man. You already know it, man.
All right.
Appreciate you, brother. I'm out at the pool hall putting one in the air, man. You already know what it is.
I heard that. What's up, man? All right. For sure. All
Naughty
right.
respect, naughty respect, brother.
Respect, guys.
All right. So
Peace,
this
big dog.
this
Yeah,
this
I'm looking forward to us coming to, a consensus on what we need to do as far as a remedy. As far as getting out of this conniption and conundrum that we've been in for however many years, 400 or 500 years. And just seeing, promise and prosperity again, like getting our country back.
and it's possible, right?
Right.
By unification.
No, it's learning that law. So yeah, it's learning that law and setting everything straight and standing up and getting this checkerboard off our backs.
Facts. But once you place yourself in a private venue, you kind of want to ideally relate with other families that's in that venue also, so you can
Oh,
form
no, that's
yeah,
natural. That's natural.
right,
That's the old code. That's how we operated,
right.
back in the day. So that's
Facts.
goes without saying. Yeah.
Facts.
That's what my mom would call GP. That's our general principle.
That's right.
What you know about GP, little lady?
I've been there.
Yeah, that part. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and put this on.
10-4.
On the next
Catch you
one.
on the next one.
All right now.
All right, everyone. Class is out.
Peace, y'all. Y'all have a good one, man.
All right, OG. Okay, I don't know if I did that. Hold on. Hold on, man. This shit crazy. Gotta figure this thing out. This thing is getting wild. All right, so let's share screen. Come over here. Windows. There we go. Now we're talking. All right, there we go.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wives get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to ashes, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message. Embedded in pressure, sobbing living. I'm private with it, no corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter.
You ain't getting money, what you call it?
I'm thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on Summer and Sawyer. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Gosh, baby, infinite.
Yeah, I can get your land back. Yeah, I can discharge your debt. You gotta live by 5 principles before we just connect. Cause you could pose as my friend and then really be the threat. Like Brutus, the Julius to the dudes that killed Malcolm X.
Get your hand out of my pocket! Get your hand out of my pocket, nigga! Get your hands out of my pocket! Get your hand out! Brother, please.
Y'all think getting remedies important. We making lawyers lose their indemnity insurance. King Chameleon, private, I don't wanna be popular. Grandpapa, Hulk Papa, Mama Black Mafia. Yeah, we them big owners holding rank. You call Rocket Lawyer, I call the owner of the bank. He in the private at the temple, like Ginobili in the paint. And we got 3 militaries, we might be rolling in some tanks. While you balancing with a check gross, going to work for debt notes. Overtime all your life paying mortgages, then you left broke. Damn. Shout out to Mayweather, who's obviously woke. He settled $18 million with a promissory note. I'm not your corporation's chattel, this world gotta be a joke. Blind leading the blind, so we never gonna see.
But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
Everybody fake woke while the president is asleep. So I introvert myself cause it's evident to me. No one saves us but us. Who'da said it in BC? No title deeds to just reference the evidence to me. Man, you don't own it, you a tenant and it says it on your deed. You said with a sign but didn't take the time to even read. It's gotta be an idiocracy. They call you crazy as Kanye just for thinking logically. 2 million nationals backing us to stop who ain't stopping me. For instance, when Columbus came over here, they admitted Native Americans was already there. But if our kids take a test on who discovered land we on, and you say Native Americans, you get the question wrong. Don't lie to us, you are just a colonist. Can't hide the truth. We got all the proof from the anthropologists. We know the system now, it's time to get up out of it. But it's our fault, because we fought so hard to be a part of it.
Now, I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that's a blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there.
All people trying to burn us, out here selling services with disclaimers, saying that it ain't for legal purposes. No cash, broke ass, internet, burglars with temporary schemes and a lot of fraudulent dreams. Yeah, we got our own embassy, we got our own consulate, foreign administrations, and 3 armies on top of it. We live by 5 principles, but we'll die for this. Freedom back to the people, protect them from the apocalypse. Yeah. I took that title that they gave me and I clouded it. That's what you say, sets the Cuban. I got a bond with this. My way of thinking pissed the military off. I ain't with their way of thinking, roll the military law. We coming peaceful outside the mosque and the cathedral. And we'll resort to violence. I gotta protect my people. They call us ghetto, they call us thugs. The only God they worship, guns, oil, and drugs. I'm on the block, Martin Luther King was shot. Holding a gun that killed Kennedy, trying to find a remedy. You can't cancel me nor censor me. With chancery and sensory, God-like energy to infinity. My actions are my testament. I got a lot of questioning. How Ben Frank was on 100 but was never president. You broke, you go to jail. You got money, you get right out. They lock you up for drugs, but they got coke in the White House.